they're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. And take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire.
Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it 'cause you want to. Adrenaline run through my veins, drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. It's insanity, what you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity, what you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me.
Guys, welcome back to another League of Legends event tournament happening over here. It's the Esports Club Community Clash. It's me, Madness, alongside Fireball, and boy, oh boy, do we have a tournament installed for you over here today.
We just coming back to a big event straight up, coming to the first event of the year, and all of the previous community clashes leading into this tournament essentially, and all of the top teams, the top 8 teams got an entry into this one, and boy, this is the big one that we have been waiting for, that we have been looking forward to for all these months. Just have a look at the event schedule for this one. As we look into that, we had our open qualifiers from Jan 8th to Jan 9th after the registrations got finished from December 25th, and now into the main event from 11th till January 18th. So a full week of action-packed League of Legends with the new season coming in, all of the new changes, the new map, and boy, there's just so much to talk about. And Madness, this is the big boy of tournaments coming into the prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3 lakh INR prize pool. Nothing like this has been seen. 1,50,000 for the winners of this tournament. 80,000 for second place, 40 for third, and 30k for the fourth place. So there's a lot of money up for grabs. As Fireball's pointing out, this is one of the biggest tournament pools you'll see for League of Legends in our scene, at least, and that's just a lot to talk about. So there's a lot to fight about, and this is where that Rift Realers leaderboard came in, right? The top 4 were automatically invited to this event, and now you can see in these brackets, right, we already had 2 days of actions before we did do it for the live stream. So ASTERISK, as usual, showing their dominance with their 2-0. They'll be facing against Old Gods, who had a 2-0 themselves. And then after this series today itself, also we will be showing the KAKAO Gaming versus Infamous 2.0. And then the lower brackets, we have G2R waiting there to face against Heaven Remix. And then they have Hierarchies Esports against Phoenix Gaming. So Phoenix Gaming did lose a very fought out series against Infamous 2.0 in a 2-1. So we usually did not want to see Phoenix Gaming in the lower bracket, but unfortunately that's where they see themselves. But hey, it is a double elimination. They will have a second chance to redeem themselves over here.
Definitely. So double LM in the big tournament. So today's schedule will be dealing with the upper bracket matchups between Asterix and Old Gods, and followed by KAKAO Gaming and Infamous as the top teams already battling it out. And we get to see Asterix, none other than the Asterix from the previous tournaments. They were known as Temple of Kings before. They need no introduction from us. Have been winning every single tournament that they took part in, and almost going perfect in every tournament as well. Probably dropped like 4 games in the course of the previous whole year, and they'll be itching to get that momentum going on in this one as well, as they take on Old Gods. And boy, every time I look at Old Gods logo is just like, damn, that's a pretty logo. But another thing I would like to tell to the viewers is we have a fearless draft in our tournaments as well. If you've been following the LoL esports scene, you would have heard about the fearless draft quite a bit. So we have our own version. It's a soft fearless draft. So how it's gonna work is every single champion that the team picks for themselves, the champion is gonna be locked out for that team only for the remainder of the game. So they have the bans. If they pick a certain champion, say Kiana, in the first game, they can never pick Kiana again for the entire series, but the enemy team can. So in the regular fearless draft, it's like the enemy team can't pick that as well, but in our version we have a softer fearless draft, as the champions that have been picked by the own team gets locked out for them. Saying that, jumping right into the champ select of this first game of a best of 3 series between Old Gods and Asterix. Old Gods will be on the blue side, Asterix sitting on the red side, as the first bans have already been starting to take place in the Kiana, Karthus, Silas, and Asterix reply with the Cassiopeia, the Skarner, and let's see what they take out. They take away the Nocturne.
Yeah, and that's going to limit some of the options for W in that jungle room. I don't think he minds it that much. He's very versatile. They lock in the Elise first pick over here. They're trying to really snowball it early on, and they're trying to get some champions out of the way, so later on in the field draft they won't have a problem with that. But yeah, very spicy pick coming in for Old Gods over here. These two teams have faced against each other time and time again, and it looks like Old Gods are coming back for a bit of revenge over here. Let's see what they pick up on the side of Ashley. So Wukong has been picked up, can be flex top or jungle, but I honestly think that's going to be more in the jungle role with Infi's hands on it, and it's just looking like a very exciting start already to our series over here, Fireball.
Yeah, definitely. I think Elise is more of a pick to take away from Black Infinity. If you just press right click on AST Infi on Singapore server and look at his match history, you're gonna see some insane Elise scores over there. So I think Old Gods have done their homework. They do not want Elise to go towards Black Infinity. That guy is just so good. He just plays Elise to the peak, the dives coming in level 3 with the rappel, just getting the early snowball for themselves. So Old Gods take away that from Infi as well. I'm pretty sure W has practiced that, but Infi is comfortable on so many champions. Wukong is certainly not one of them that we have seen in the competitive scene, at least from him. I know personally that he does play that champion quite a bit, so he should be fine there, as Old Gods follow up with the ADC pickup into the Ashe, and Asterix reply with the Corki. I'm pretty sure Corki is a staple in the bot lane now. We don't see the mid lane Corki all that much that often, so I feel Angel's Lotus, again another talking point. Lotus is back from his mini vacation. They were missing him quite a bit, but this is the full power Asterix, and they're always a treat to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we won't have anyone filling in that ADC role. We saw Catbot fill in quite a bit of times in the last tournament now, but we have the staple Lotus back there, so they'll be looking to put their mark. And it looks like that Renekton has been locked in for RTO, the namesake, in the top side. As we enter the second phase of banning, the Braum was blind picked for themselves as the support for Old Gods, and Old Gods already look like a pretty heavy CC kind of comp in the sense of the Ashe and the Braum with themselves. This helps so much with the dives that W will be trying to go for. So let's see what kind of pressure they come out with. Now Asterix have that crucial time. They've left it go down to the last second, but they ban out that Mordekaiser. That Mordekaiser that just loves to see the rift over here, and that would have been pretty okay against the Renekton as well. So now we won't get to see that in the picture, and that's up to Old Gods for what they will choose for their first ban of the second phase. It's going to be the Seraphine that gets banned out. We don't usually see a lot of Seraphine bans coming out into our tournaments in this region over here, Fireball.
Definitely, but one of the stronger champions in the support role there, the CC that she provides, the ultimate, it's just so good coming in. I personally play Seraphine a lot. I even take her into the ADC role. Is just like insanity, the amount of damage that she can dish out with the utility that she has. Another thing to talk about, we might see a lot of these early game champions, as we already are seeing in the Renekton, in the Wukong, the Elise with the Braum CC, because of how the game has inherently changed in this season by the addition of the feats of strength. So early game is very important, as the first blood, first tower and the first few objectives matter a lot to get those sweet boot upgrades. And if you just look over on the League of Legends Reddit, that's just the hot talk of the town. Everyone's just talking about how impactful feats are in the early games of the early state of the games. So we will expect to see these teams play a very aggressive early game, try to secure that first blood, try to secure that first turret and get those feats upgrade. And going with that theme, we do see Asterix lock in the Renata, which is a very strong, the Rel, which is a very strong initiation type of a champion and can set up plays very early on.
Yeah, and that is a very strong part. Kratos is now once again back onto his tank engage kind of supports that he was actually known for in this region. He had switched a bit to the Enchanter role last time we did see him in the tournament, but wait, hold that thought. Old Gods are locking in the Cassante top. Now Zuko with this Cassante will be looking to make his name. Asterix purposely banned out the Gnar also against him, because the Gnar in Zuko's hand is as well as deadly, especially against the Renekton when he has that rage against him. Now it's up to Old Gods to pick their mid laner, and looks like the Unseen Blade will be hovering the Lissandra for himself, and he does get locked in at the end of the day. That's up to see what Catbot picks for himself as the counter, and it already looks like a spicy comp coming out here from the Old God side.
Really, so much CC coming on from the side of Old Gods there. The Elise, Ashe, even Cassante, every single champion is so much CC. The team fight is gonna be insanity coming in from the Old Gods. And Asterix, they reply with Aurora Hover, and it's Catbot who finally decides to lock in the Syndra for himself, a comfort champion for him. Although the utility mages like these may have some issues, like Lissandra may have some issue going up against the Syndra, but we'll see how that matchup goes on. We do know the individual quality coming out from Asterix is just through the roofs at a micro level at least, but Old Gods are no newbies to the scene as well. They have been in the top 3, top 2, or even won us Community Clash in our scene. So it's truly a battle of the giants just to start off the streaming of this TEC Community Clash season, and I'm just so excited to see how this one will unfold, especially with the new rift, the new changes coming in. Let's see how the meta in our region changes according to the meta overall.
Yeah, and it's going to be maybe even more aggro compared to what it was before. It was already an aggro region, but now it's going to be even more of that. I want to see some maybe level 1s coming in out of it, so you can get a very crucial first blood for yourself. That is one of those feats of strength, and it's going to be up to what you're going to do with the jungle objectives, honestly, because if you get those first 3 epic monsters in that race for yourself, you get another feat. That's 2 feats already there, and you conquer the boots for yourself. First towers will also be coming into spice, but I already honestly like the side of Old Gods over here, except for the Elise, everybody has just so much CC in their backpack. It's just going to be a tough time for Asterix to survive. The Corki is going to have a lot of people in the front line for him, given the Wu, given the Rector, and given the Rel as well. And then Catbot will be launching his attacks from the backside. But it's going to be honestly up to what this mid lane does put out and how W and Infi go for their rotations and what they're going to prioritize first. And we finally get to see the new epic monster on our Rift in one of our streams over here, Fireball.
Yeah, just completely forgot to mention about the Atakan. So he's gonna have two forms, the Ruinous and the Voracious, depending on the amount of action that we have seen on the Rift. Either spawns on the top side or the bot side, so it's not fixed. It spawns at 20 minutes. Now the Baron buff will spawn at 25 instead of the regular 20. But I think in almost every single game of solo queue that I've played, I've always gotten the Ruinous Atakan, the one that spawns the bloody petals and gives you XP and gold. So it's actually a pretty big buff. You just gain an entire level worth of experience from those petals that you get after taking down Atakan, and that's a good flipping point. So even if a team loses out on the feats of strength, if they just turtle it out till Atakan flip is real. Like if you have lost the feats and you do manage to get the Atakan, then again the game is wide open. So although there's been the talk that feats are kind of overpowered because you can get those tier 3 upgraded boots, which the other team can't. So basically, if the game goes till 5-6 items, you're always gonna be one item ahead of the enemy team. But still, there are so many other avenues in the game to help you, come back into it. So going into the tournament, we shall be looking at the top 5 summoners. Up till this point of the tournament, we have Catbot back in the first place, like taking back his throne essentially. He has been missing from the top 5 summoners for quite some time now, but he's like no more playing around, as he goes right back into the first slot with 42 kills, so 7 kills ahead of the second place. That is going to be Booyah, and Booyah keeps popping up on these top 5 summoners, man. Every time I see these rankings, there's Booyah always there. The ADC is just too good, man.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic for his team. That is Phoenix Gaming, even though unfortunately they are in the lower bracket, but he's been putting in the numbers. Just look at that KD ratio of his, right? 35 kills to only 15 deaths. So he's been playing phenomenal. But we're talking about that. Let's look at Dragoon and Termi. That will be in the second game. They are from Infamous 2.0. So already you're seeing some names here from the top 4 teams, and Infi also with an exceptional KD. But let's all of that. We're jumping right in here to the first game of this best of 3 series, the upper bracket semifinals 1 between OGs and Asterix. And again, we have a parallel across the river right and now. It doesn't look like any of these teams want to get that aggro, just going to try and get some cheeky vision for themselves at most.
Yeah, nobody wants to risk giving away the first player. I mean, it makes sense for the side of AST. You do not want to be invading against a Braum and an Ashe, at least. There's just like, something's wrong if you're trying to invade into that. So it's good by the side of Asterix that they are guarding their own entrances. OGs could have used their aggressive picks to get at least some deep vision. I think they could have played it a little aggressive, but hey, it's all okay. Let's not take any unnecessary risks in the first few minutes of the game, as Asterix, Red and Kratos are walking up slowly right now to get a ward in, I believe. So they do spot out the Elise starting her Raptors, as Unseen Blade will make sure Red does take quite a bit of a beating before he can get into lane, as has been good trading going on actually for both sides there.
Yeah, it was good trades. He even got the electrocution proc as well, and it's just a battle of that vision. They come in for that late vision for Ashley, which is going to be very crucial for knowing where the Elise is at all times, essentially in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game. The top side, you see the Renekton's putting on the moves. He is pressuring it in against the Cassante. Cassante is falling back behind, but now it looks like both the bot laners hitting level 2 around the same amount of time, so it's equal standing amount of pressure that they can exert. But this Braum Ashe combo is going to be very, very deadly in terms terms of the CC that it does provide. And we do not usually see Catbot falling back on the, the farther foot, basically having to pop his health pots as well. But that's just how he had to do it for that ward. Comes into lane under that Lissandra with that siege that was laid on him. Now it looks like Bob is trying to block much of the damage that Lotus is providing out. And once again, let's put a round of applause for this man. He's right now back in his eventual place as the ADC of Asterix over here. So now they aren't lacking that. So I think they're going to be even stronger than they were in the last tournament as well.
I mean, not like they had to get any stronger than they already were. It's just so good to see Asterix play. They just bring out another level of League of Legends in our scene. But we have seen a lot of teams get to that level at least and give them a thorough competition, and Old Gods are one of those teams. We do see them in the top spots of the tournaments time and time again, and I'm pretty sure Old Gods will be coming into this one full of confidence as well, and they will be trying to upset Asterix on the first series of this Esports Club Community Clash. As 3 minutes into the game, nothing really happening. Both the junglers just focused on clearing their jungle, the full clear over there, as I think the bot lane's pushed in for the side of Asterix. So maybe Infi can go into that bush bot side and try to hide into the bush and look for a lane gank.
Yeah, that could be the possibility over here, given that he's pretty much cleared his entire jungle. Only the Scuttle that's left that will be spawning very shortly, and it looks like Lotus and Kratos are pretty comfortable where they are right now. Finally, Kratos back on one of the engaged tank kind of support, so he'll be looking to be playing from a sweet spot essentially. But this Braum will be blocking a lot of the damage with his shield over there, and the stun does land on Lotus. The Rel does go in over here, but he does have to walk out. Does get a bit of damage as well. Forces the Ashe to pop her health spot at the end of the day, so that's a win-win for him. And the Wukong will be looking to back after picking up the Scuttle in the bottom side of the river.
So Elise was spotted in the ward that was placed on her blue buff. So Asterix have a clear idea of where the Elise is right now. That's why I think Lotus and Kratos are so comfortable in pushing the lane non-stop, as the Elise has been spotted yet again. The red pings going on over there, so that can just allow the Corki and Rel to keep the pressure up. As in the top lane, RTO going dangerously low, and the Elise is walking up front. We might be seeing the first blood over here, as RTO will be forced to flash away. The Cocoon misses, flash forward by Elise. Not enough damage with the Neurotoxin and the auto attack, so almost losing first blood there. Asterix, shaky moment for RTO, but he survives, and the feat is still up for grabs.
Yeah, it's secured over there, and Elise even being forced to burn her flash, just about not getting the first blood on RT over there. RT being forced to TP back into his own lane. It looks like Cassandra is walking down to the mid side. They're maybe looking to get in a gank kind of potential over here with the TP of the slow TP now with the new patch that has come in of the Lissandra, but instead no, Cassandra is walking back up. You can see that Catbot is looking to put a deep ward also as well. But look at this, the bot side action is not stopping right over here. He jumps in as the Rel. Lotus having to W Valkyrie away from it. Ashe is going dangerously low over here, but Lotus can't walk up. If he walks up, he's gonna
the first blood secured by the Braum flash Q, and now Catbot has teleported into the bot lane, will get the double kill for himself as Kratos goes dangerously low. W comes in, secures that kill. The Glacial Prison will buy some time for Catbot over there, as Infi is using that staff to knock away at the Lissandra. Will get that kill. Flash forward onto the flashless Elise. Does he have enough damage? The E cooldown comes back in. The auto attack reset is there. So it's going to be a 4-for-3 in favor of Asterix. But more importantly, it's Old Gods who do end up getting the first blood for themselves. So I'm pretty sure they won't be that sad with the outcome.
Yeah, and I don't think it will. And you call Catbot even very steep. He actually walked down after placing that ward in that bush near the red buff, and then just continued his path downwards once he saw the action was popping off over there. Makes most of it, but unfortunately, it's the first blood that's claimed by the Braum. So that's 1 feat of strength already in the books for the side of OGs, and they'll be pretty happy with that. Trading a 3 for 4, almost going equal in numbers, as well as getting that feat of strength. Always a W in my books over there. And our red is come back into lane, TP'd in with his lost chapter, and is trying to put some moves on to the Lissandra. But look at this, OGs are going to maybe even prioritize it even more. They're going to go get those first 3 grubs for themselves. So they get one of those first 3 epic monsters. They get all 3 of those feats of strength for themselves.
Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna be a swap, a trade of the objectives. So OG's focusing on the grubs, they shift the support there, and they will be getting that 1 out of 3 epic monsters, furthering their advance towards the feats. Black Infinity will be trading with the dragon, as they will take away what I believe is the mountain dragon, which is on the rift right now. So they will be picking up that one, and they will get their first advancement. So it's the Hextech Dragon. So that's the first epic monster out of 3 that they will be progressing towards.
Yeah, so each side has 1 in that category for themselves, the epic monsters right now. OGs have that advantage of that first blood for themselves, and that Wukong is also already pretty fed, as well as the Lee. She also got 2 kills for herself in that exchange that was in the bot side. And so it's 2 kills on Catbot, 2 kills on the Wukong, 2 kills on the Elise, and that crucial first blood that went over to Bob, the Braum of OGs. And looks like Arneo is just not relieving this pressure onto Zuko on the top side. He's constantly being pushed in over here, and he's having to play a bit safe, as well as the bot side. So not prioritizing either lanes, honestly, for the side of OGs. They don't have much, but they still manage to get those grubs. Nice macro movement for themselves. And looks like an exchange going over here. W is here right now. If the cocoon lands, it's a lot. Cocoon doesn't land, but I think that's still enough. That red will be going down. That's Catbot going down to W for her 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, Catbot did not have vision towards that bot side, and just stepped a little too forward considering playing against Lissandra, and he didn't have the flash as well, so ended up paying for his mistake over there. Great pickup coming in by OGs, realizing that Syndra is flashless and stepped up. So W just comes into the lane, helps Unseen Blade pick up a kill, and it's gonna be 4 for 4 on the scoreboard as we are 9 minutes into the game. Grubs picked up by OGs, Dragon picked up by ASTERISK, and the first blood towards OGs as well.
Yeah, they have this in the bag for them. OGs even now equalizing it in terms of kills. Full advantage a bit for Ashley, but look at this. W's here again, the top side.
My
Picks up
God.
another kill for himself, and that is the Renekton going down. That almost ever pushed RTO on the top side finally meets his death. W is like, this is for that flash you made me burn earlier. Gets that kill for himself and is enjoying himself. Even the mid side, Unseen Blade is being pushed quite a fair bit back by Catbot over here. A lot of damage being put onto him, below 50% HP, but this Elise is going to be snowballing pretty much out of control at this point.
Yeah, it was looking like W had picked the Elise to deny Infi, but looks like he has a mean Elise of his own. Definitely rocking up this early game. 10 minutes in, already has 4 kills to his name, has completed the Storm Surge, and is not looking to stop anytime soon, as Kratos is trying to clear the path for Black Infinity to gank. Black Infinity does have his ultimate and flash available, does decide to go in right now. The combination is there with the Rel engaged too, so they pick up a quick kill onto the Ashe, as W is quite slow to the party at this moment. But Angel's Lotus just walking forward, trying to trade with the Elise even after they did get the kill, and just losing his life right there, and both the summoners in the process. So misplay coming out by Angel's Lotus, which was a clean 1 for 0 for the side of ASTERISK, has turned into a 1 for 1. And boy, we're not used to seeing these types of mistakes from the side of ASTERISK, but maybe the first game nerves are coming in.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit of an off season right now, given the big break we had between tournaments. So maybe just getting back into the group. But honestly, a big mistake by that Corky over there, given the advantage that they had got in that fight where he got the kill on the Ash. The Ash is not having a good time right now. And that nice clear by Kratos with his vision clear over there allows Envy to sneak in. He jumps in with he gets the ult off, gets that kill, but unfortunately he gets traded back up. RTO is going head to head with Zuko yet again in the top side, but look who's close by. It's the Elise and Unseen Blink being forced to flash away from that rel engage over there. But look at this, RTO is going to be jumped on by the Elise. This fight
action all
everywhere.
3 lanes.
And there goes
Vortex
down the
almost
big crocodile. It just goes down.
RTO did get picked up in the top lane as Angel's Lotus almost took down Vortex in the bot lane, forcing the flash out of the Ash. And this is gonna be the second set of grubs for the side of OG. So 2 out of 3 on the epic monsters. They just need one epic monster more to finish those feats of strength, and that could be the dragon. They definitely have the items and the advantage to fight for that dragon, which is about to spawn right now. We do see Asterix lined up there already, but looks like the side of OGs have decided to let this one go as well, because they did not have the inside path to that dragon. So that just means it's going to be 2 out of 3 on the epic monsters side for the side of Asterix as well. And it's going to be the next epic monster that is going to be the dragon or the Rift Herald, which decides who get that feat point.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's going to be the fight for that Rift Herald on the top side. It's who gets that will be ending up getting that feat of strength for themselves. Even though Asterix don't even have one yet, right? OGs already have that first blood to themselves, so they'll have to get that plus the first tower, and it's not looking that great right now. The Ash does land on this party. He's been left alone. Angel's Lotus with a momentary lapse over there, but look who's being caught out of here. It's the Wukong that's getting caught out, and the Brel is coming here to back him up as much, but will maybe end up going down as well. Teleport's coming down on the bot side, and look who's here.
Asterix with the double kill out of nowhere. He's still alive. He is still alive as they completely turn the fight around. What was looking like a complete cleanup for the side of OGs. Black Infinity coming in with the flashy plays, managing to survive with the sliver of HP, and now the teleport is being channeled by the side of OGs to protect this tower, but that's not gonna be enough as the first tower feat is secured by the side of Asterix, and now we are bang equal on the feats of strength. And boy, we need to see a replay of that, because this monkey just went berserk madness.
Yeah, he went absolutely crazy. You honestly think he's done for over here when he gets caught up over there, but he just jumps in. You see a TP coming in, bot side TP coming in on that ward over there. There comes
oh my
bot over
god,
there.
Look at that HP
stun.
bar.
Yes, the HP bar just going so low. Gets back up, goes back low again. But this is nice TP coming in for the mid lane of Asterix with that stun coming in, as well as the TP from the Renekton. Completely turns around how this fight was looking. Even ends up getting Asterix that first turret for themselves. So now it's do or die for whoever gets the next feat, right? Whoever gets the next epic monster will be getting those upgraded boots. And as you can see, the Atakan will be spawning the bot side of the river, because at the 40-minute, that's where most of the action has actually been happening anyway.
Yeah, and Black Infinity needs to honor Catbot right there. Catbot got that early stun to, you know, make sure Infinity survives, and at the end, if you guys missed it, Catbot just came in front of Infi to body block the Braum Q, which would have taken him down regardless. So these small plays like these do end up making a lot of difference. Great play coming in by the Syndra there as well to make sure his jungler survives. Infi goes 4-0 and 2, has the Trinity Force and the Hex Drinker completed. 15 minutes into the game, 8 kills to 9, action packed as we see another engage in the river near the Herald. Engage is coming in with the Rel ultimate and the Wukong ultimate. The exhaust is there to make sure the Elise cannot rappel or run away, and they are now on to the Rift Herald with the jungler down. Vortex My man, you cannot be face checking a bush as an ADC, and now this certainly means the Herald is going towards the side of Asterix, and they are the ones to win the feats of strength.
Yeah, and there was no need for Vortex also to go that close over there. Never mind you even face checking. None of his teammates were even around. So there's absolutely no point. Given that your jungler also goes down in that fight over there, you have to honestly give it up at that point instead of, you know, endlessly dying. Then maybe get some more farm for yourself and maybe get up that way. But now, yes, as you said, the feats of strength have gone over to Asterix. They will be getting those level 2 upgrades. Can get the level 3 upgrade as well with the small purchase of 7 to 750 gold. So now what looked like OGs on the fast track for getting that objective for themselves now turns into Asterix getting that beautiful play the bot side with Infi and Catbot and the rest of the team that manages them to get even the first turret for themselves.
Okay, now Lotus going head to head with Zuko right there. Does not have the mana to actually W away, I feel. Is taking a lot of damage. Does have the red buff now. Can look to space the top laner if he wants to. Cassante right there, but decided to go against him. You just never know what 200 experience gameplay Cassante might end up showing. So W will find Renekton in the bot side. Nothing comes out of that. The dragon is about to spawn in about 20 seconds. We do see four Cassante joining in. So 5 members of OGs towards that bot side as Catbot is pushing away the top lane turret. He does have the teleport. Well, the teleport got changed as well, so it's a longer travel time. The teleport is not as quick as it was before. So you need to side lane with some sort of caution as well, because you can't just bail out any team fight with an insta TP. Most of the times, by the time you start channeling the TP from the exact opposite end of the map, the fight is almost over regardless. So that's another layer of counterplay added against teleport, as OGs have successfully pushed out Asterix from the dragon pit, and now teleport was channeled. The engage has started by the side of Kratos. Someone needs to take care of the Cassandra in the backline, as he is not letting Lotus do any damage, and all hell has been let loose as Cassandra will be taken down by Black Energy. Flashes forward, W about to follow, Ash somehow surviving till the very end, flashing forward. Renekton will stun the Ash, and it's gonna be an ace. So 2 for 5 in favor of Asterix game, and they will be taking this third dragon for themselves, working very closely to get that Ocean Soul. And just a minute for the Atakan to spawn in the bot lane as well. I'm pretty sure Asterix will be looking to get those recalls in and walk right towards that.
Yeah, all they've given up in the 6 grubs early on, but other than that, it did look like OG's fight over there, given the work that Zuko was putting in to, you know, zone out their Corki. But at the end of the day, Asterix come out on top 2 for 5 over the huge numbers coming from them. You already see the goal lead has expanded quite a bit as well. 6.5k goal lead in the favor of Asterix. They are on Ocean Soul point as well, and now it looks like they want to even get this Atakan over here. Lissandra is on the other side of the map. She does not have her TP up currently, so she will not be able to come for this fight if it does break out. So she might want to be moving for that. Renekton will also not have his TP up, so I just don't know what they want to actually do in terms of number game over here. You can see that Zuko is trying to engage quite a bit, but Rel is pushing him far away. The stun does land from Akshaj, but not much damage being put onto the members of OGs.
Voracious Atakan this time. So this is the one which gives you a Guardian Angel essentially. So if you die, you get a free respawn, and the member that kills you only gets like 100 gold. So it's pretty strong there as well. So because it gives you pretty much a get out of jail free card for a duration of fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide as the Atakan will be started, and Zuko just getting popped off the face of the earth by Catbot over there, going 8 and 3 on his Syndra as the Atakan is going down. And boy oh boy, Asterix have started to snowball this out of control. 8,000 gold ahead already. Atakan down to 6,000 odd HP. No one there to contest for that. as all 5 members will pick up a sweet guardian angel for themselves as soon as this monster goes down.
Yeah, and for the next 150 seconds, they do have that Guardian Angel looking even more over aggressive than they already were. Look at Catbot, 8-3-5 right now. She's having a very nice time. Welcome back to the mid lane, essentially over here. And it just looks like OGs are currently completely on the back foot. There's not much they can honestly do. RDO smells that someone might be backing over there. Just that sidestep towards W is enough for him to cancel his recall and walk away. It just looks like Asterix have completely dominating this map right now. This Wukong 6-0-5. This man hasn't died. The closest he was in that exchange in the bot side where, you know, the Syndra comes in like the clutch hero that he is, saves him from that certain death, and he's provided in this turns. He's got all the objectives except for those 6 grubs. He's got everything. 3 Drake, the Rift, the Arakan, everything the team of Asterix have taken for themselves, and now they're going to slowly even upgrade to those tier 3 boots, and we're going to see why that it's so important to get those feats of strength for yourself.
Yeah, Black Infinity, Catbot and Lotus already have completed their tier 3 boots. Zuko will see the grey screen for the 3rd time this game, and Bob finds himself in a very dangerous spot near Syndra, but Catbot will let him live this time as the side of Asterix will pick up a kill onto the Ashe, just jumping her, and surprise from the bush. The mid lane turret under attack. Angel's Lotus is getting that, oh my god, the bot lane wave in as well, and the amount of damage that Asterix have right now is just insane. 10,000 gold ahead at just 22 minutes. This has been a complete dismantling for the side of Old Gods. Knocking on the base already at 23 minutes, and looks like they are showing no signs of stopping. And why should they? They have the Guardian Angel buff from the Artakan still available, and they are just not afraid to give it all. As you see, the member goes down. Instant respawn in the base, instant respawn again for the Syndra as well, and if you go down, you just give away 100 gold.
But the TP from Syndra is coming in as well. It looks like they're baiting the members of OGs towards this side where the Syndra is here as well. The generator does land, but the cleanse from the Corki is enough. I think OGs have been baited into a fight they did not want to take, essentially. They are going down one by one. There goes the Elise, there goes the Ashe yet again, there goes the Cassante. And this is Asterix definitely marching it in for the first game win for themselves in this best of 3 series after a complete show of dominance, essentially, from the side over here, formerly known as Temple of Kings. And they're yet again showing you why there are 1 true champions of these usual tournaments that we do host over here.
Yeah. Final Nexus turret about to fall, sub 25 minutes. Black Infinity, just for the stats, ended up picking the soul for them as well. The Nexus will go down shortly as there's one final charge coming in by the side of Old Gods to try to salvage something out of this dire situation, but unfortunately that is not gonna happen. 24 minutes 37 seconds, the Nexus starts exploding, and this is the same old Asterix that we have been watching for the previous entire year. And even though they did have some hiccups in the early game, we did see Angel's Lotus have some missteps, but boy, still nothing you can do against these players when they are on point, and boy, they were on point today. Sub 25 minutes victory in the game 1. Still, Old Gods have a chance to, you know, bring it back, get a reverse sweep if they can. Have to just regroup, recuperate, and try to bring the fight back to Asterix, as this was a pretty good spanking that they received though.
Yeah, they did have spanking. Well, I think the only member of, you know, Asterix did have a bit of fault was Angel's Lotus, right? In the bot side, a couple of times he did get caught out in times he didn't want to. But other than that, essentially, it was just well played from the boys from Asterix. And let's look at the Nexus knockout moments from this match up over here. And boy, oh boy, there's been a lot of fighting. Essentially, this bot side here, you can see this is where OGs were looking like they can get for themselves the feat of strength, you know, with this flash forward by the Braum into the Q, into the death of the Corki. But hey, look who's here. It's the cat bot from the mid lane. The Syndra has pretty much walked her way across from the side of OG's side, come in, gets the advantage. It goes 4-3 in the favor of ASTERISK over here, but OGs do end up picking up that first blood for themselves. And this is where it looked like it was going to be still, you know, a head-to-head kind of matchup. But just slowly from this point forward is where ASTERISK just went for themselves. W did manage to pick up quite a few good ganks, once in the middle lane, once in the top side, but I just was not enough. This fight was like, I think, one of the most crucial points of it. Like,
Yeah,
if
definitely.
he does not want to go down over here, and Catball is making sure he does not. As you say, he does block the last Q from the Braum over there. He does get the kill for himself, and just that double TP play from ASTERISK into the infi that did get caught out. Just excellent team chemistry for themselves. And here, this OG is just walking up a bit too early just before the Rift Herald fight leads to the demise of W. The jungler down from OG is nothing else you can do. And what do? The Ashe instead comes and face checks a bush, ends up dying, just not at all worth it. This is one of the fights, honestly, where OGs were looking like they were on top. They do manage to neutralize a lot of things over here. You can see the Cassandra just going ham onto that Corki in the backside. The Kratos goes down. Cassandra's bought so much time, but it just still isn't enough. There's not enough damage on the side of OGs right there, while you have ASTERISK with the Wukong, with the Syndra just doing so much damage on the backline. Ashe is the last one alive. The flash forward from the right and catches her out. And this is the point from where it's just like looking like there was no comeback for OGs.
Really, by this time it was already too late. The damage had been done. Like, if you go 6,000, 5,000 like gold behind at just 16, 17 minutes, there's not many things you can do to come back. And ASTERISK just clean swept the entire map, got every single objective that there was to contest. And once they got the snowball going, there was just no stopping them. And before the Baron could even spawn, they have taken down the Nexus of Old Gods, as they will take this first game 1-0 in the series. It's a best of 3. So still, Old Gods do have an opportunity to bring this one back, but boy, they have to change quite a bit. But the aspect of fearless draft also comes into play. All of these champions cannot be picked again by the same team, so we cannot see Black Infinity on his Wukong, we cannot see Kratos on his Rel. RTO will have to be content with just one game of his Renekton, and this is where the champion pool of these pro players will come into play, as if you have been playing just one or two champions, fearless draft is gonna expose you out completely, and there's just nothing you can do. You have to learn new champions. You cannot be one-tricking anything at the pro level, and that's why we have fearless draft. We have fearless draft to make the games more exciting, to see those new picks, and let's see what the second draft looks like.
Yeah, and it does get boring seeing the same champions over and over again, so that's a nice reason why the LoL esports in general, overall in the globe right now, are introducing this system globally. Everyone is going to be playing this fearless draft. It makes so much more action, more viewership. Basically, people like to see different kind of champions, the champions that they usually play. So all in all, it's just very good for the siege. But yeah, this is going to honestly spice it up over here. So now they don't have to worry about these champions that pretty much decimated the side of OGs over here, and OGs will not be able to be playing that Elise, whereas Black Infinity can pick that up for himself right now. So this does come into it. But let's look at the scoreboard over here. I think it's going to be pretty much one-sided kind of looking scoreboard, honestly, at the end of the day. A 24 minutes game, one of the faster types of games that you will be seeing. 27 kills to 10 kills over here. 53k goal to only the 37k OGs, already a huge lead. They had pretty much kept on exponentially increasing it once they passed the 3k difference in goal mark. All 4 Drakes going over to ASTERISK. The only plus side for OGs, they did manage to pick up the first blood and all 6 grubs, so they were looking pretty ahead in the terms of epic monsters kind of role, but it just was not enough for them because Asterix picked up both Drakes, got the first turret, and then they ended up getting the Drift Herald as well for themselves. And now you can see the reason we're showing the bans right now is so you know these players have banned this right now, and this will be also in the future what they will be banning. And Attack and Count, you saw Asterix pick that up after, you know, OGs pretty much could not do much when they were jumped on by the members of Asterix, and 29 bloody petals to the name of Asterix. I always thought the number would be a bit more higher given the amount of map pressure they did have, but to 13 of OGs is still a huge difference for their adaptive force and experience that they are gaining. So all in all, very well played by the boys from Asterix right now, and we'll be focusing on game 2. And OGs honestly have to go back to the drawing board and rethink some of the decisions that they were making over here, because that Ash honestly did not work out to the way they wanted it to.
It was not looking comfortable at all, even though Angel's Lotus did have some missteps in the lane. But it is what it is. We're done with the first game. Let's announce the Rift Renegade MVP for that game, and it is going to be AST Infi in the jungle yet again. A perfect game coming from him. 8-0 and 5 CS numbers off the charts, damage number off the charts, refusing to die, and just completely, you know, changing the tempo of the game from that bottom fight. Knew where to be at what time, got those ganks whenever he wanted them to, got the objectives timers correct as well, so that his team stays up ahead on the feet battle there. And all in all, just a picture perfect game coming out of this monkey right here.
Yeah, and he was just on it. Essentially, he did get everything for his team. Did not go down at the end of the day, and the captain of Asterix just doing a huge job for themselves in this game 1 for them. And they will honestly be very proud of their performance right now, and be looking to pick up some other spicy champions for game 2, given that they can't play these current ones. So it's just going to be looking like a repeat. Hopefully not, if OGs do come up with something else, because honestly their game plan did not work out. These players, I honestly know, have it in them to give a match up to these players on the side of Asterix. So I just want to see a better showing from the boys from OG this time.
Yeah, let's see what changes in the draft. We do have the Fearless, as I mentioned before, as well, and Old Gods should be feeling confident in their ability to bring one back, because we do know the amount of quality that they possess, and we have seen them do this time and time again before. Let's see if Asterix can be upset by Old Gods, or is it going to be Asterix yet again with a clean 2-0, forwarding themselves into the next stage of the tournament. But before that, we'll take a quick break. Be right back.
From the broken in the fire, through the ashes we will climb. The dust will settle, we will not. All together we will rise. Out from the shadows into the light. All together it's our time. We will rise. We will rise. We will rise.
So guys, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Clash in partnership with Riot Games. We are in the upper bracket stages with ASTERISK taking on the Old Gods in a best of 3. The first game was just full of action, exactly what we would expect from a game of ASTERISK, and they ended it within 25 minutes, and complete domination coming out of ASTERISK, Black Infinity, you know, the usual suspects: Catbot, Infi, Kratos with his engages, and you just can't answer these guys at all. So in the second game, we do have a side swap. ASTERISK will be playing on the blue side, as Old Gods have chosen to go for the red side in the second game. So there is a do or die for them in this series at least, otherwise they will have to make their way from the lower brackets to progress further into the tournament, as ASTERISK will be looking to keep their momentum going, and will be making sure all the other teams who are watching are afraid of the name and the logo that is ASTERISK.
Yeah, and they once again just showed you why they're one of the top teams right now, if not the top team that you have to aim to beat. OG is not with a good showing for themselves, except maybe from the jungler, the Elise, who was pretty crucial in the beginning moments of the match, but just fell off later on, which is expected from the champion. And they did not take complete advantage of them getting that first blood to getting those feats for themselves, given that Asterix answered back with the first turret. They got both the drinks while OGs were going for all 6 grubs, and then they ended up throwing the fight just before the herald that allowed OG Asterix to take the herald as well, getting the feats for themselves. So that's just a lot to take in from OGs, and now they have to rework their comp completely, because the first 5 champions that they did play, they can't play that anymore, given playing a soft fearless draft as well. The same for Asterix. So it's going to be a process for them to look over of what mistakes were made in the first game and what can be answered back, because all their lanes were honestly getting pushed in by the members of Asterix, given their micros that Asterix do have, like the mechanics that they have on this side. Catbot was just phenomenal on the Syndra alongside Infi on this Wukong with the engages. Plus, Katrosh just jumping in with his, well-known engage support. It's just one of a kind of a player that he is. With that being said, guys, we won't delay any further. We'll jump right into the champ select, and a bit of the same bans coming in from the old god sides. The Kiana and the Karthus have been put out. Asterix have banned the Wukong, because they can't play it themselves. They don't want old gods to play it either.
Definitely, so they do not want that champion to be going the way of W. So W did end up picking his Elise once. He can't go for the Elise. Now the Wukong's banned as well. So a lot of these early game junglers being focused already, as Asterix will lock in the Victor, who is kind of overpowered right now, as since Arcane came out and since he got a mini rework on his ultimate and the visual upgrade, and Katrina bot will be looking to play that champion in the mid lane, as he is definitely in a very good spot right now, so much so that he ends up blind picking that, as old gods will lock in the Lee Sin. Let's go. What a flashy champion. We hardly get to see Lee Sin in our tournaments now, but boy oh boy, we were talking about early game junglers, and what jungler other than Lee Sin to make those early game plays.
Yeah, honestly, this is a really nice pickup coming here from the side of old gods. They followed up with the Maokai pickup for themselves. Can be going in the bot or support role, depending on how they want to flex that out. But yes, looking pretty good. The Arcane Jesus coming out for Catbot as the first pick for Asterix. Very good spot for Victor right now in the meta, right? Where is currently going on. Just a lot to be answered. Now it's up to Infi to pick up what he wants, because his Karthus and his Skarner and Wukong are not in the picture. And now the Mordekaiser hasn't been banned, so what do you expect from our region? That's instantly once gets picked up from the side of RTO. He will be playing that more in the top side, and it looks like we're getting a bunch of hovers for the different types of junglers, and Asterix are just playing with our minds right now with the certain ideas they're launching. I don't think that's going to be a Brian, will it? Yeah, it can't be. I think the Xinjiao is looking much more like an option for Infi at this point, that engage that right, and that's exactly
good answer
what he
to
ends up
listen.
unlocking. Yeah, it is actually a very good answer to Lee Sin. He does counter a lot of those things, and this is where it comes in when you're blind picking that Lee Sin, that a lot can be answered from the side of Asterix.
And the old gods have to reply. I think they will be looking to lock in their top laner as or their mid laner if they want to keep the hopes of the Maokai flex alive, and they do end up going with the ADC. Well, that makes sense as well. And coming into the second phase of the drafts, the focus will be coming on to the bot lane of Asterix, as both the support and ADC roles are missing. Angels did pick up the Corki, so he cannot pick that one again. The Ashe is still available. We do know Angel Lotus plays a very good Ashe. The Caitlyn is doing pretty good. The Jinx is in a good spot as well. So let's see what Angel's Lotus actually ends up going with. And now Old Gods figuring out what to ban, as they do end up taking away the Poppy from the hands of Kratos. You do not want that sort of an engaged champion in the hands of Kratos as well. because we know what a madman Kratos can be with those engaged champions, as Asterix will take away the Nar, similar to the previous game. RTO does not want to play against a ranged top laner, and Old Gods looking for the final ban, expecting it to be a support yet again, and it's gonna be the Seraphine.
The Seraphine out of the picture, and we know that Zuko plays a pretty good Gnar as well, so that's always a good ban against him. The Seraphine has been banned out for the second game in a row, and Asterix match it with an Akali ban at the end, so they don't want, so this basically just catbot in the mid lane against the assassin type against him, the AP assassin that we know that Akali does love to play. Now it's up to Old Gods to pick up a champion for themselves. They are a bit open given that they have maybe that flex Maokai right now, can be going anywhere you want, and it looks like it might be going to support role given that the Renekton was hovered and then locked in by Zuko. So Zuko will be playing Renekton against the Renekton top only of Asterix in that mod that he will be playing. So that's going to be another spicy matchup over there. And it looks like Lotus is hovering the Vayne right now. It might be Vayne because Lulu's also open, right?
I mean, then again, why would you pick Vayne if you want to pick Lulu? Just go for the Jinx. Oh my god. They end up going for the Vayne against a Maokai, Renekton, and Misfortune. I'm not sure about that one, Chief, as Vayne definitely not in a good spot at all, regardless of seeing the champions that you're picking it against. But Angel's Lotus has his ideas, going for the Corki first game, locking in the Vayne next game, as Kratos did indeed lock in the Lulu. So it's going to be a Vayne Lulu bot lane against a Maokai and Misfortune. I just feel like Maokai and Misfortune should be doing so much better in that lane. But yeah, if the viewers are confused about the Renekton pick, this is a soft fearless draft. So because Asterix picked the Renekton, that just means Asterix can't pick the Renekton again. It does not mean that Old Gods cannot. That's why we do have the Syndra and the Renekton from first game into this one as well. So Old Gods will take away two champions from the side of Asterix, as team comps have been set in. It's gonna be Mordekaiser, Xin Victor, Vayne, and Lulu going up against the Renekton, Lee Sin, Syndra, Misfortune, and the Maokai. And dare I say, I just feel like Old Gods champions are better in some sort of way. At least the team comp feels much more rounded up. They have the solid engage coming in from the Maokai. The AoE engage can be easily followed up by the Misfortune ultimate. The Syndra stun can be followed up by the Misfortune damage, and if one person gets caught out, it's going to be Chain CC coming in. But we saw them pick a Chain CC composition in the first game as well. I mean, like, they had the mother of all CCs with Ashe, Braum, Lissandra, but that did not work out. So let's see if Asterix are feeling confident with themselves with this team comp, or are Old Gods about to upset Asterix and take it all the way to game 3?
Yeah, they did have a lot of CC in game 1 for Old Gods, but they were lacking a bit in the damage, criteria, because they were locking up a lot of the champions of Asterix, but just not enough to finish them off. The Cassante was going on the back line, but once he was gone, it was just open season on the members of Old Gods. They were getting demolished left, right, and center, but now they're answering back with two of the champions that Asterix did pick in game 1, right? The Renekton and the Syndra. So now it's going to be Catbot facing the champion that he played last game on Victor. Now, Victor is very good right now, but honestly, I would be favoring the side of Old Gods, at least in the terms of the champions pick. It's all about what happens on the Rift at the end of the day and how they go for it. And if they get the first blood once again for Old Gods, I really want to see them pressure that for themselves, so they end up getting the feats of strength instead of playing a bit on the back foot essentially throughout the first part of the game, even after they've ended up getting that first blood for themselves, and they allowed Asterix to reach the feat of strength first that just materialized into them getting the Atakan as well, and they got a bunch of bloody pedals. So I really want to see them work their way around it, and I'm really tired of seeing this Mord. Once he's not banned, he's just getting picked up every single time. So RTO is going to be playing that against the Renekton that he was playing last game. So I really want to see this top side matchup of Zuko versus RTO, and I really want to see at least one insect play coming out from W.
I mean, yeah, we want to see those flashy Lee Sin plays coming in from W right there. As Old Gods, as you mentioned, they were on the right path with the early first blood that they picked, and the fights were going their way, or at least they were pretty equal. But all it took Asterix was one team fight to turn it around completely, and once you give Asterix an inch, they are going to take a mile out of you, and that's exactly what happened. And let's see if Old Gods have learned from the mistakes from game 1 and they can work on that, or is it just going to be Asterix yet again, as so many times before, to 2-0 a series and move forward. But new champions all around, no more similar matchups, no player can be comfortable sitting on just one pick, and that is the beauty of Fearless Draft coming in. So this is gonna be the best of 3, the second game coming in 1-0 already to the side of Asterix. By the time we load into the Rift, I would like you guys to look into the description box below. We have a few links that we want you to click. Make sure that you join the Discord channel. We have a lot of events going on there as well from time to time, where you can win some skins, some RP for yourselves, or just take part in fun community events. Make sure that you are in the news channel to be up to date with all of the tournaments that are coming in, and get a team for yourself. If you don't have one, we have a great looking for group channel as well, so make sure you check that one out. A lot of things to look forward to in the coming months of the year, and we want you to be a part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Get yourself involved in the scene. It is up and bustling, so please do join us in these adventures that we are going on in the Southeast Asia right now. Please do join. And being said, it's going to be interesting to see what does end up going on in the Rift over here, because if this by chance OGs do win and take us to game 3, even more bans will be coming out in the game 3 over there, like 10 champions on both sides that they cannot play. So honestly, Asterix will be looking to finish off this escapade right here and right now, and OGs will honestly be looking to be fighting from the back foot and going more aggressive. But yet again, you can see that Renekton is sitting only in the top bush alone by himself, and now Catbot is coming in forward. He did take a bit of damage before we did come into the matchup, so you can see that he is a bit on the back foot, and the Victor is channeling his recall, but just toying with us quite a bit. RTO is now finally making his way back to the top side and might go into the waiting arms of that Renekton, and we might see a fight break out over there. But it seems that RTO is taking the safer and smarter path, going the other side. With Bob being on this Maokai, he can throw a bunch of saplings, get more vision for himself instead of putting himself in any harm or way of danger. And that's just a basic, standard slow start for the game currently right now.
If are coming in, the laners just walking into the lanes, not looking for any crazy level 1 escapades, as both the junglers are starting on the top side of the map, will be looking towards that bottom side. And it makes sense for the Lee Sin, as you have the Maokai available there, the guaranteed point and click CC, as earlier on you would expect the Misfortune to be doing pretty good against the Vayne, although the double range matchup can be quite frustrating for the Maokai. He does have to wait for the perfect moment to take the trades, as he can be bullied away exactly like that, and a lot of space can be created by this Lulu being there. So all the lanes going as expected. Misfortune will be waiting for the wave to come into her turret, and that's where she will start collecting those minions. And both the junglers now looking to clear the final camp of the top side and look for a play somewhere.
Yeah, and you can see his Misfortune being poked pretty heavily by the Vayne, already below 50% of her HP. The lane's being pushed up quite a bit. Nice dodge from Catbot on the scatter of the wind from the Unseen Blade. He's going to be looking to dodge this ball. It does not end up. Takes a bit more damage, but I think the Unseen Blade coming a bit more worse for wear, essentially. Vortex going to be having to keep his distance because every time this Vayne tumbles forward, he's honestly going to be looking for the ADC of OGs to put some more poke damage onto that side. On the top side, you can see that Zuko has, as we were talking about, pushing in this Mafia, and every single time the scatter of the wind comes out from the Syndra, it's a nice side step from the Victor. At the end of the day, not much can be done, and Vortex just cannot even walk up to his wave right now, so he's gonna have to play as passive as possible. Nice pullback in from RTO, but it's against a level 4 ranked, so he's trying to run away as soon as he gets that pull in. The Lee Sin has walked quite a bit down as well. We'll be looking to pick up the scuttle. The Xinjiao is looking maybe here bot side, but he will be walking over ward very shortly, so the members of OG should be knowing where the jungler Vashik is, and it might be a meetup against this Lee Sin right now.
Teleport being used up by Zuko to get back into lane, does come back with a long sword and control ward for himself, goes in instantly for a trade, does have a fury built up, so RTO with his passive ticking away feels confident in trading back with the Doran's ring that he has. Still looking to recall and will be able to teleport back into lane as Angel's Lotus and Kratos are starting to bully the Misfortune quite a bit by the spacing that they are doing, and flash away from Kratos to make sure that he does not get rooted in the range of the turret. Flash is being blown on the top side as well, and boy, the pressure coming in from ASTERISK across the map is starting to show.
Yeah, and the Xinjiao flash getting burned for the Zuko flash, but
Oh,
look at this.
W.
W's here for the action. The Q does land onto Infi, but RTO's here for backup. W is ticking away,
my
just
God.
about surviving with his HP bar not even being seen at the end of the day, given how small that was for his side. And this first blood is being highly contested by both these teams.
That was just so close. Single digit HP escape coming on for the side of W. Felt confident in taking the fight against Infi, who was below full HP, but did not work out for him as well. And Flash is being just blown all across the map. Within the last 2 minutes, we've seen like 6 people use their flashes, as Bob will just scare Katrina bot into flashing away, and now that might be a target for W to, you know, gank, as a flashless Victor can be pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, flashless Victor without any mobility, especially if his gravity wells out of the picture, is such an easy target for those members. But now it looks like W is walking up in the top side and be looking to maybe get the first of those 6 grubs for himself. He's going to be aiming for the 3, get 1 maybe feed also into his name. Given that neither team has picked up first blood, the feeds are looking pretty unusual, and it seems that Jin Zhao will be countering with
Oh
the
my god,
Drag-
solo
Oh my God.
kill in the mid lane. Unseen Blade just taking down Akshaj, Katrina bot in the mid lane, and we don't see Catbot getting solo killed all that much, but Unseen Blade picks up the first blood for his team, taking down the Victor, and will do huge boost to his confidence.
Yeah, that's a huge boost to his confidence, getting that solo kill on Catbot, the Catbot that was pushing him back quite a bit in the first game. But Dragon picked up by ASTERISK, while OGs get the first 3 grubs. Maokai going in over here, but instantly condemned away by the Vayne. Not much for his sake. Zuko is trading against RTO on the top side, and again we've gone to a bit of a lull kind of period after that first blood. Essentially, yet again picked up by OG, so they get 1 more feat of strength for themselves, but they have to capitalize on it this time at least, so they can get those tier 2 upgrades on the boots and essentially buy those tier 3 boots for themselves.
I mean, the bot lane is kind of insanity right now. Angel's Lotus inherently just micromanaging the Vayne so good. He's spacing out both Vortex and Bob exceptionally, and as a result, he's almost twice the CS of his opponent. As in the top lane, we do see RTO channeling his ability. The shield will buy him some time, will get the solo kill for himself, but W is there to pick up the trade kill. 1 for 1 in the top lane, as W will look to push this wave in to help his top laner out for the wave management over there. But then again, coming back to the bot lane, this Misfortune struggling quite a bit in a matchup where we assumed her to be, bit comfortable. Definitely not struggle this much.
Yeah, definitely not struggle this much. He was going to be a bit on the back foot, but maybe not this quite. Maybe just waiting for the level 6. But look at the level difference. Both the ADC and support from Asterix have hit that level 6 mark, while
Bob's
Vortex is at
level
5 and
4.
Bob at 4. So this is just not looking at all what OGs maybe enshrined or pictured when they thought of how this matchup would be looking like. Even in the mid lane, the Syndra is asserting dominance, but the Victor is up a bit on CC now and engage onto Zuko. Zuko's walked a fair bit into the jungle of Asterix. It might be a bit far away from home. He has 3 members converging on his point where it's just about who gets this kill at the end of the day, and looks like Infi is the one who will be picking it up for himself while RTO walks back to the top side. Might have been recall Catbot trying to get the kill for himself so he can balance out the lane more for himself.
So Infi puts himself on the board, and this man has started going. Let's see if he can bring the same performance from game 1 and be the driving force behind the victory of Asterix, as he has picked up the Brutalizer, does have the Tiamat for himself as well, sitting at a 20 CS, almost 20 CS advantage. That is really good to see. And 2 for 2 on the scoreboard, 10 minutes into the game, not a lot of action.
Ooh.
Great Q coming in from W, jumping from the Raptors of Catbot. Will take him down yet again. Catbot definitely not having a fun time, as W definitely showing those plays coming out.
Yeah, a nice ward jump from the Lee Sin. Predicts where Catbot will try to sidestep, gets the Q connect, gets the kill on the Catbot after he taken a bunch of damage from the Syndra ult as well, gets chunked down pretty low. So once the Q lands, it's pretty much sees the fate of the mid laner of Asterisk. He goes down into the gray screen and he has to instantly try and TP back into the lane, get much pressure, and looks like a bit of lane swaps coming in, given that the second set of grubs are coming up as well. You can see the Unsaid Blaze going to the bot side. Oh, W was trying to go for the flash ward drop into the insect, but nice prediction from Catbot. He flashes away, so when the kick does land, he gets kicked more towards his own turret side.
I mean, W just has some personal vendetta against the Victor at this point. As Bob, unfortunately forced to face check, such is the life of a support, will be taken down. That just means with the numbers advantage, Asterix can look to start these grubs. They already have the first dragon, and they can pick up these grubs to go 2-1 up on the mythic monsters at least. And OGs have one of the monsters and the first blood, so the feat race has started going good for both the teams. But there you go, second monster picked up, so that's going to be 2 out of 3 for the feat stack coming in for the side of Asterix. As Unseen Blade will try to one-shot the Vayne being forced to flash away, barely survives with the skin of her teeth, as Zuko using the ultimate to try to counterplay on the top side. Now Lotus is the one with the Lulu ultimate trying to chase down Bob. Kratos finally being forced to flash to secure that kill, as Infinity will miss the W unfortunately onto the Syndra. Syndra being forced to flash away from the Xin Zhao as well. And all in all, Asterix pick up a kill for themselves and go 4-3 on the kill scoreboard. And now with the tempo, they can look to chip away on this turret, which is already down to half HP, but
Kratos?
not before
Oh,
W
no.
comes in and takes down Kratos.
This might be problems even for the Xin Zhao right now, who is on the Drake. You can see that the Lee Sin's going onto Xin Zhao, being forced to use his ultimate to try and just stay alive. Unseen Blade going very low, but just about surviving. The MFL coming over from that
Oh
side,
my God.
managed to get both kills going onto the Xin Zhao, but here comes Arcade. Jesus, there goes the victor. He's trying to run away, but you don't run very fast. And that will be OGs picking up their first Drake of the game and making it 2 out of 3 on both teams now for the Epic Monsters part of the feat of strength. So if OGs manage to get even one more Epic Monsters, they are the ones who get the feat of strength right now.
Definitely. So similar situation to game 1 where we were 2-2 for the epic monsters, but RTO just dying before the dragon completely changed this fight. If the Lulu was alive for this would have been an
Yeah.
easy dragon pickup for Asterix, and they could have finished that feat of strength for themselves. But unfortunately for Asterix, and fortunately for the side of Old Gods, Kratos did go down, and now OGs have picked up the dragon for themselves, the Infernal nonetheless, so they will be feeling good about that one. As both the turrets, I mean all the turrets are pretty healthy. The bot turret for the side of OGs is the closest one to going down. We have some fights in the river, we have some fights in the bot lane as well, as W goes unstoppable. This man's on a rampage. Insect comes in onto the victor. Clean play by W, and man, this Lee Sin is looking so good on W right now.
Yeah, he is playing it to almost perfection right now. Guess those 2 kills for himself over there. 5-0 team. Profane Hydra already to his name with the steel caps, and he is looking like a very pet boy. Has a 500 gold bounty on his head as well, so doing what he should be doing, as well as the Unseen Blade, who's 4-1 and 3, has the Dark Seal, so he's been looking to stack that up. Had that death, so it cut down a bit on those stacks. Lotus going in for a bit of chip damage. Kratos did ult Lotus maybe a bit prematurely given how the situation was. Victor walks up, but I don't think you want to walk up there given how the Maokai ultimate into the Misfortune ultimate does come up. Lotus just about surviving with the invisibility, but goes down, and there goes down Kratos as well. So that's a 3-0 for the side of OGs, and they are looking like a completely different team than game 1.
I mean, OGs are definitely out to play, and they do not want to go down without a fight, as they have taken the fight to themselves. Will get the feats of strength after getting the first turret. So in the first game we did see Asterix take down the feats, and in the second game we do have Old Gods. And is this the moment where everything changes, as Old Gods now have all the advantage in their hands, the ball's in their court, and they can look to upset Asterix right here.
The Arceus being a bit sneaky over here. He tells Zuko into the ultimate, gives time for Infi to come up as well. Not much places Zuko can go right now. He's trying to run away as much as he can, but he goes down, and it's a very sad moment given that he had just TP'd essentially back into lane. So a nice sneaky play by R2 with the combination of Infi secures the death of the crocodile, and Zuko looks to be the only member of OGs who is suffering, who's actually suffering quite a bit. 0-3 and 1 down pretty much in CS. We thought the Misfortune is the one that's going to be following that far behind, but she's now lane swapped, has the Yomu's Ghost Blade also for herself for the extra amount of speed boost, plus her Maokai ultimate, plus her ultimate is just putting on the shows for OGs. Now they even have, 2 of those 3 feats of strength, having that from them, the upgraded tier 2 boots as well. And now Lotus and Kratos are in a bit of unknown territory about if they want to walk up or if they don't. The top side turret does fall for the side of OGs. Asterix do pick that up. That's their lone goal right now. And even though they are behind 6 kills, it's only around 1.3k gold that they have fallen behind. And now it's a fight about the next Drake that's going to be coming up in 40 seconds time, even though the Rift Herald is currently up right now.
Definitely, as Lotus going down dangerously low. did tumble forward, has the Lulu ultimate, but now there's looking like there's no escape there with the Maokai CC coming in. Angel's Lotus goes down. In the background, we do see Kratos going down as well. And two quick kills being picked up by the side of Old Gods as they are slowly running away with the game. 14 kills to 6, more than double the tally of Asterix. They have equal amounts of grubs and dragons as they are sitting on a 3000 goal lead. The Atakan is looking like the next and deciding point of the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be on the top side given the amount of gangs and kills that were going over there. Zuko once again in the death realm of the Mordekaiser. RTO has locked up this crocodile, not letting him go for it. Has been forced to flash, but the flash forward by RTO, I think that seals the fate of Zuko. Zuko is just trying to get as much CS as he can before he goes down. The bot side, you can see the W does pick up the Drake for his team. That's picking the Mountain Drake. So now they're one step closer to the soul point of the Mountain Drake for themselves. And I think Ashley's want to try and maybe answer back with the Herald for themselves. There is a pink ward there inside the Rift Herald's part, so they have to clear that out. But this gives an idea to the members of OGs of what is going to be going down over here.
I mean, they're just walking past all of these bloody petals and it's bothering me.
Yeah.
All it takes is one auto attack to secure that one. But looks like the positioning is more important in the team fight. That's why these players are pro players and I am not. As the fight has broken down and this might be the moment where Asterix come back as the fight is looking good for them, but still every single member alive except for Black Infinity who did end up going down. And unfortunately there was no reply for the side of Asterix and Old Gods. They just look like a completely different team. They have turned up two gears from game 1, looking to secure the Rift Herald for themselves as well. And with Black Infinity respawning from base, there's no contest and Old Gods just further their lead even more.
Yeah, they do get the Rift Herald for themselves, have 2 Drakes, have 3 Grubs, and they are looking, as you said, a completely different team. Have around 2.5k goal lead. Now with this MF and Maokai combo as well, it's going to be looking harder for Ashes to do much. They even channel instantly the Rift Herald in the mid lane to get that mid tier 1 for themselves. Meanwhile, Infi is being a bit starved for camps at the end of the day, given how far he's behind compared to CS numbers to W. And W with this Lee Sin is doing everything that we did ask from him. Even he's got that Serpent's Fang for those added shields that are coming out from the members of Ash. He's going to cut those down. So nice itemization also coming out from this man. 6-0 and 6-700 bounty, the max bounty you can have on his head. This Syndra is also doing quite well. Already has 10 stacks on the dark side, maybe looking to make it into a Magi's pretty soon. This MF that was having such a rough time in the beginning is now only down 28 CS, given that he was almost half the number that Lotus was. And Lotus, in terms of deaths, has already reached the 3 mark. So he's also not been looking like he can farm safely, because every time he was walking up to farm in the bot side, he was getting caught out alongside Kratos.
I mean, yeah, I was very skeptical about this Vayne pick, and it is showing its weakness in these team fights as Misfortune just does so much more compared to a Vayne. And considering we are in an early game meta, I don't agree with the Vayne pick at all. But game's not over yet. Atakan has spawned. It's the Voracious one, so same as the first game with the Guardian Angel buff onto the members. As in the bot lane, RTO will look to...
He's 2 levels up on Zuko. My god, stop bullying this man. Let the crocodile live. Crocodile lives matter. But no, RTO is not letting Zuko run. But Zuko does actually get out of it without having to burn much. He will getting the recall done, and he does have his TP up. So if he wants, he can come back into this fight if it does break out towards this Adakan that is this up right now, and members of OGs are surrounding that jungle objective, but they haven't started up right now. They maybe want to push in the waves, and it looks like Zuko is going to go yet again bot side to try and match RTO, even though he's fallen 3 levels behind. RTO's at level 15 while Zuko's at level 12 right now. Fireball.
Zuko's definitely tanking one, taking one for the team, soaking all the pressure that he can, but this mid lane jungle duo from the side of OGs is just popping off. Still 23 minutes into the game, only 2000 goal lead for the side of OGs. They do have a significant objective lead, though, with the Rift Herald, with the extra dragon for themselves as well. And it's all about the Atakan, as the members of OGs are trying to get the vision towards that objective, and no member of Asterix in the top side of the map yet, so kind of dangerous to let that one be alone. But looks like both the teams are prepping for the dragon, as things are being put down at the dragon pit, which is gonna be either a soul point for the side of OGs. And let's see, this is where the decision making comes into play, and it looks like we see a couple of blue pings onto the dragon as old gods have gathered around the Atakan, and it's gonna be a trade of objectives, a second dragon for the voracious Atakan.
Yeah, I think that works out completely in the favor of OGs. They don't mind that quite a bit, given they already have 2 drakes to themselves. They're not maybe even looking to get to Soul Point before Soul Drake before they end this game, especially if they get the Atakan right here. They're gonna get that Guardian's Angel for 150 seconds, and that will be looking to put on the pressure on the rest of the match. In the meantime, Asterix do end up picking up that Mounted Drake, their second of the game. So now it's 2-2 in the terms of Drakes, 3-3 in terms of Grubs. But 1 Atakan in the possession of OGs. So they will be looking to manifest that lead. And as you said, the most brunt that has been taken is by Zuko over here. Man, it's gone 0-4-1. He's so far behind. It's almost going to be 100 CS difference if it keeps on going at this pace. But OGs are taking their lead. They are getting that tier 1 turret in the top side. They are going to be pushing it up further, and Angel's Luras might be getting caught out yet once again, but does walk out of it. RTO is going to continue trying to bully Zuko. He's 3 levels up on this sad little crocodile, and resets coming in from the members of OGs currently.
About to flame Horizon Zuko in the top lane, so absolutely dominating the lane, but his team is falling apart in the bot side of the map. Still, Asterix have the game under relatively decent standards, as they are behind 3000 gold, not like 10 or 12,000 gold, so they do have some opportunity to come back. Still, the Baron has spawned up, so that just opens another mythic monster up for grabs, and good old Baron still is the strongest mythic that you can take, as the side of OGs looking to start it. I mean, they have the Atakan buff as well, and so they are not afraid to take this fight, as they have started that one and trying to bait in the members of Asterix. Maokai ultimate being used, so that's a huge cooldown being used already, so that might give some avenue for Asterix to look for any sort of engage if they can. Katrina bot is recalling, though, does have the teleport available. The Baron has been started again, teleports being channeled now as Asterix are looking to walk towards this Baron pit. Baron down to half HP. This is gonna be the make or break fight for Asterix if they want to have any sort of hope of coming back into the game. W goes in, flashing forward to get the kick onto the Vayne, but unfortunately there is no follow-up. Lotus is still alive, getting those auto attacks in with the lethal tempo. The members are going down, instant respawns coming in, as they will be walking back towards that mid lane. So this is the benefit that they had with the Atakan. Even though they lost the team fight, they are still 3000 gold ahead. They lose nothing from the death. They don't give away any gold. They get instant respawns, and they do not lose the Baron as well. But that still is a dangerous sign for OGs, as they did end up losing the team fight pretty badly. But because of the Atakan buff, they did get bailed out, and we are here again back for round 2.
Infi is dead right now after that fight that did go off, so I don't think Asterix can even do much to even contest it over here. Kratos is coming up, but he's not even close to this fight right now. It looks like OG's with that a bit of macro play for themselves, given that they knew they had the Atakan. They go for the engage, they get Infi down, and now it looks like only Asterix can get a tier 1 in the mid lane as, you know, some type of reprise for themselves. And W having just a fantastic game for him. 7-0 and 7, 8-1 and 6 on the Syndra. And OGs are in the driving seat, and they are up around 4k gold as well. 17 kills to 7 right now, and it's going to be a fight. I think the next fight is going to be against this Drake, but it looks like OGs want to put this pressure on with their Baron buff, and rightfully so. You can see Zuko's in the top side, finally going to get some free space to get some more CS to his name and maybe get some XP as well. Has caught up to the XP almost of RTO after all that was said and done to this poor Crocodile, and now it looks like OGs want to be pushing this mid and top. So it's a 1-4 formation for them, and they want to get as much as they can before Drake does come up, and they will be looking to get the Drake so they can get on Soul Point. And not Asterix can't even walk up to their turret given the range that OGs have on them right now.
Definitely,
Oh, no.
Infi
Sinjao?
just you cannot be walking into your own jungle when you're so far behind. You just saw the enemy team take down the mid lane turret. There's no reason for a player like Black Infinity to do this, and he's struggling in this game. 2-5 and 2, not having any sort of impact at all by this point. Same can be said for Katrina Bot and Angel's Lotus, as the side of Asterix now, they are truly in a dire situation in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a misstep coming in from the captain and jungler from Asterix, taking that blast punt over to his certain death over there. That allows OG to even pick up this third Drake for themselves. They put them on Mountain Soul Point right now, and they are looking like they want to take this all the way to game 3. This Crocodile finally has hit his level 16 as well, gets his channel of recall with an empowered from the Baron, and resets across the map, and now they are walking down the mid lane while Zuko's going yet again back top side. Infi is trying to get as much of his camps before the next fights do get up so he can maybe get some items for himself. Has the tunneler in his pocket, so maybe looking for a stairs Gage at the end of the day. Bob putting some saplings down as they work the same as wards essentially over here, and OG is just putting on the pressure right now, and W has not disappointed with the way he's gone for the flashy plays, has he, Fireball?
Definitely, this Lee Sin just showing insane levels of skill and really popping off with the pick from the get-go. And Katrina Bot was the main, target of that playmaking of W, and he has managed to, completely shut down the Victor, as Asterix maybe now looking at the end of the game. They are 6,000 gold behind, and OGs are looking to get a historic win against Asterix and take the series to game 3 if something drastic doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that Asterix can pull out of the bag right now. Catbot, unfortunately, is in a 1-5-2 situation. Not where you usually see this man. Has the Horizon Focus, has the Loot Echo, but it's not enough right now. The Banshees will be providing some defense for him, but I don't think enough. W goes in yet again, kicks the Mordekaiser back. The Mordekaiser instantly channels the ultimate onto the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin is trying to run as much as he can, but he has a Guardian's Angel that he has bought this time, and he gets back up yet again. The MF ultimate putting the members of Asterix on the back foot, and there goes down Angel's Lotus, there goes down Infi, there goes down Kratos, and there goes down Catbot. That's an ace for the side of OGs. 5 for nothing. And yes, they look essentially like they're marching their ways into that game 3 over here, Fireball.
They have the wave in the mid lane available. 20 to 30 second death timers for the side of Asterix. OGs definitely can end the game in this push. Still 10 seconds on to the Lulu and the Vayne, even though I don't think those two champions can do anything against the 5 members of OGs right now. And there you go, OGs bringing it back in game number 2, going 1-1, and boy, what a performance coming in by the side of Old Gods after the demolition that they faced in game 1 but that's how you would expect a top team to react, and that just shows the mentality of old gods. And we have a series on our hands now as ASTERISK are being pushed to the wire, and they are feeling the nerves of old gods as they are looking to smite away the side of ASTERISK from the upper bracket, and we are set up for the final game in the first best of 3 series of this upper bracket.
Yeah, and what a series it has been. Nice dominance coming in from Old Gods. Once we saw that Lee Sin pick, it could have gone either way, but thankfully it went in the favor of Old Gods, and W essentially getting a lot of good ward jumps into flashes into the kicks that he was going for, getting very crucial members in the last fight. He even got RTO's ult off because he knows that if RTO goes for him, he has the Guardian Angel to just come back up, so that ult's out of the picture. Not much else that RTO can do over them. The MF ult to push back the other members of Ashes. Just a nice, phenomenal fight coming in from the members of All Gods the last time, and this time they did convert their first blood in that feat of strength into the total 2 out of 3. They do get, that off for themselves at tier 2 into the upgraded tier 3s. So just what I expected these guys to do in the first game, they did in the second game, and they're taking us all the way to game 3, where both sides will have 10 champions banned on either way. Now we definitely won't be seeing a Red Team outside join either teams.
Yeah, the Fearless Draft is going to be showing its effects in the final game of the series. Before that, we will be looking at the highlights of the game that we just had. So next is knockout moments from game number 2, and is this going to be highlight reel of W on this Lee Sin. It all started with the first blood being picked up by the Unseen Blade, so lapse in concentration by Katrina Bot. You don't see him get soloed all that often, but very well played by the Syndra over there to secure the kill for herself and get the feat progression. As once they started going, Old Gods, they were not looking to stop. They did play very methodical. It was not a steamroll that came out, but it was a slow poisonous death for ASTERISK, as it never looked like they came back into the game at any point. OGs playing textbook League of Legends, not overextending, not taking any unnecessary risks, just playing to their strengths, and it just did wonders for them.
Yeah, and the one fight they did win nicely in a team fight was when OGs had Atakan,
Yeah,
right?
Atakan,
So
yeah.
they just respawned and just came back. Infi was down. So that's a free ban for themselves. So they were playing to their advantage completely. Any buffs that they were getting, they were using it so well, especially with the Baron buff, where they get the mid side, catch out Infi when they were going towards the bot side, get him, get the bot tier 2 as well. This is the fight that we were talking about, the Atakan fight, where they do get 2 members. They do end up going down, but instantly respawn, instantly walk back to the Baron pit, instantly get it for themselves after they took down Kratos and Infi. So those 2 members won there for the fight. And this is the last fight that did go down over here. Once W comes back after his stasis, comes back into the fight, just not much you can do. They're just fighting around this turret. They're just ignoring it. They don't care that a turret exists right here. Nice, another ward jump from W to get some more spacing for himself, and then they just march it in from the mid lane onwards for themselves. They just had everything going for them. They did, as I told, they weren't even going to get to Soul Drake for themselves. They're going to end the game before, and that's exactly what these guys have done, and they have made us proud, and they are going to take us to a game 3 for this action over here. So I can't wait to see what else will be pulled out on the stops over here between both these teams.
The first game itself of the Esports Club Community Clash, giving us all the action. ASTERISK coming up against Old Gods, right up to game number 3. We don't see ASTERISK being pushed to the final game all that much, but this time they have to fight tooth and nail if they want to get themselves ahead and further their domination, as the scoreboard of game number 2 tells us another story altogether. 32 minutes 11 seconds, 23 kills to 7, just the 7 kills for the side of ASTERISK. Old Gods ending the game with a 12,000 goal lead, 9 towers to 3, 3 dragons to 2. Got the Baron, got the Herald, got the Grubs, got the Atakan, and boy, Old Gods just all around the map playing so well. Well, Zuko was struggling quite a bit in the top lane, but just the Mordekaiser alone getting ahead was not enough for the side of Asterix to take advantage of that. But that's gonna be it for game number 2, as Old Gods have brought us to game number 3. Before we step into the draft of game 3, it's time to announce the MVP of this game, and there's just no other option. It has to be W on this Lee Sin. Perfect game coming in from him. 0 deaths, 7 kills, 13 assists. CS numbers off the roofs, damage number off the roofs, 14,600 gold, and boy, he did live up to the expectations that we had from a Lee Sin, and I think teams need to be careful of this Lee Sin pick from W from now on.
Yeah, it can be kind of his niche pick given the way this man played it. He's definitely the Rift Renegade MVP after a performance like that. And now we have 2 MVPs, each one being the junglers of either team. Infi got 1, W got 1. So it's hyping it up to be a type of a jungle matchup going on over here. But yes, both teams played very well. Asterix in game 1, OG's in game 2. Now it's all left for grabs. So what will be happening in game 3 between these 2 teams over here? And I just can't wait to see. And I think, as we said, Catbot just not having the performance that we usually expect from him right over here.
I mean, it looked like a very, very off game for Katrina Bot, especially in the mid lane. Completely struggling, gave away the first blood as well. Did not look like he was having a fun time at all going up against the Syndra that he picked up in the first game for himself. Even Black Infinity for that matter. We do see him put in a lot of effort and show dominance in the early parts of the game, but that was just not happening in this one. And for the bot lane, I just still don't agree with the Vayne pick at all, as Vayne is not one of the stronger champions in the meta right now. Don't know what Angels was thinking with that. They did do quite well in the lane, though. They were keeping Misfortune in check, but as soon as the laning phase got over, the combination of Maokai and Misfortune just coming too much for the side of Asterix to handle. But all of that being said and done, we will be looking to jump into game number 3 very soon. We will be quickly jumping into the draft. So reminding you the rules of the Fearless again. The champions that were picked by the respective teams, the same teams cannot pick that champion again. So we are going to be seeing 5 new champions from each team again. So that just we're reaching into the depths of the champion pool now. Game number 3, there's essentially 20 champions banned from the Fearless, and plus the 10 that they will ban in the normal ban state. So there's going to be 30 champions taken away already. So putting a lot of pressure on these champions now. And game number 3, all to play for. None of these teams would want to go and drop down into the low brackets so earlier on into the tournament. Let's see if Old Gods can pull out the upset of the year already and take down, be the first, team to win a series against Asterix.
Yeah, that would be a statement for the first game of the new year, right? Like, this is how we're starting it off for this tournament. This is showing you what kind of a hyped up tournament this is. But another point I want to point out, both the teams are not taking the bloody petals that much. Even the OGs did end up winning this match. I saw on the stats they only had 8 of those bloody petals. So that's just not much you are doing for yourselves. You're not taking the complete advantage that you have, especially around the Arakan and everything. There's so many petals. I think you can get 8 even before like the 15-minute mark if you play it properly, and this was a 32-minute game era at that point. So maybe the teams have to adjust to a bit more of the next new meta that is coming in. And yeah, as you said, it's gonna be the depths of the champion pool over here. Thankfully we don't see Lotus on that Vayne, because I don't think that was that good a pickup. And maybe we see a bit of a Jinx or a Caitlyn coming in. Something like that would be, a fresh change of pace. And now the junglers can play. The Lee Sin no longer in W's hands, so he has to come up with something else. But I've seen this man on a lot of champions. If this Nocturne is not banned against him, he does pretty well on that. And I have been told also we're going to be having a bit of a side swap as well. So it's going to be a bit of a change inside. So now the changes will be OGs get to pick up what they want first. So that first pick is essential. But before that, let's take a look a bit at the top 5 summoners of the tournament right now.
So after the first 2 games of this series, we do have quite a bit of a shift in the top 5 summoners. Black Infinity, from his exceptional MVP performance in game 1, now sits at the throne, 35 kills to 13 deaths and 24 assists. The jungler from ASTERISK sitting at the throne pretty, and we have Booyah still sitting at second place, just being second because of 2 extra deaths right there, and Catbot falling quite far behind because of his performance in the second game, was not having a good time with the victor at all. W slowly creeping up his way in the top 5 summoners, and Dragoon from Infamous 2 is sitting at the 5th place over there. So all these summoners will have a lot more action depending on how far they get in the tournament, but Infi will be looking forward to further his lead in the game number 3, as let's hope for ASTERISK they can come back from the disheartening defeat that they just suffered, or let's hope for Old Gods to do the unthinkable, the undoable, that has never happened before, take down ASTERISK in a best of series. And this could be history in the making as we jump right into the champion select of the 3rd and final game of this best of 3 series. Again, fearless draft, no repeat champions for respective teams. Old Gods on the blue side yet again, as ASTERISK go on the red side, so the side in which they did win the first game, as Old Gods have banned out the Kiana, the Karthus. ASTERISK replies with the Cassiopeia, and let's see if they decide to change any bans for themselves.
Yeah, and they haven't actually changed anything essentially between game 1, game 2, and now game 3 in their first 3 bans that are going for, except maybe the Wukong that is now coming out from ASTERISK. Since they played it in game 1, they know that they can't play it. They don't want to give it into the hands of Old Gods, given how good that champion was looking. It's what earned Infi his MVP performance, so they really don't want to be seeing that champion on the Rift. Another Silas follows up from Old God's side, so they've repeated the 3 bans that they did last time, as the first phase of banning does end for them. Now it's up to ASTERISK to see what they really don't want in the hands of Old Gods, and I'm maybe seeing a Nocturne ban. That's probably what ASTERISK will be aiming for, because now it is, yeah, and that's what does get banned. They don't want Old Gods to pick that Nocturne up, given that they do have the first pick for themselves. And now it looks like a Viego is getting hovered right now, so W is really wanting to keep it spicy up right here, and he's keeping it up that pace with that Viego pickup for himself over here, Fireball.
So Viego, another of those champions that Infi likes to play as well, and honestly, after seeing the performance coming in by W on his Elise as well as the Lee Sin, I have no doubts that this guy can perform well on the Viego as well. Viego, one of those champions which can just completely take over a team fight, gets reset over reset, and be so hard to kill, become unkillable, do so much damage, just steal the champion souls from the enemy side. Black Infinity replies with an instant Diana pick in the jungle, as it is again one of his staple choices in solo queue. Does end up carrying a lot of games. So considering the Xin did not work out for him, let's see if the Diana can work wonders for him, as RTO will settle down for his tried and tested Aatrox pick in the top lane. Does have to blind pick that one, as Old Gods will lock in the Caitlyn for Vortex, one of the stronger champions right now. Did get a pretty strong nerf on her ultimate though, but still one of the stronger champions in the bot lane available to play that you can safely blind pick.
Yeah, and that gets picked up. That's what we were talking about a bit before. Now the Lux pickup with that Caitlyn, a very strong duo there for the bot side. So now all gods are seeming pretty good for them, but Asterix have a pretty nice dive comp also, even just with the Diana and Aatrox right now. It's up to them to pick up their own bot lane. Let's see what they will be looking to opt for. And it looks like the Blitzcrank gets locked in here for Kratos Fireballs. Any comments?
I mean, this guy made a name for himself with that Blitzcrank plays coming in the debut tournament that he had. We were all just awestruck by the hooks that this guy was hitting and completely changing the team fights with his skill shots. So I'm definitely excited to see what Kratos can pull out on this blitz again, as Old Gods have locked in a very, very annoying, a very, very strong bot lane into the Caitlyn and the Lux. The range coming in from those two champions is just insanity, and Asterix need to draft carefully against those two.
Yeah, definitely. And now Asterix don't have the illusion option with them. It's been banned out by Old Gods. And RTO doesn't want to face against in the set of Zuko, so that gets banned out. And now the Victor ban also does come out, even though it was played last match, but just not to that power that Akshaj did want, Catbot did want. So now if he can't play, he's not going to let the other team play, so that gets banned out. And now the Kindred ban by Old Gods limits some more of the options, but I think they had already decided from the side of Asterix what they will be playing as a jungle, so maybe a bit of a peculiar ban coming out from the side of Old Gods.
Let's see what the pick from Asterix is gonna be. So Ezreal would make sense against the Caitlyn and Lux, as he would like to be in the safe distance, but he ends up locking in the Jhin. So along with the Blitzcrank, it can be a very strong pick, but he needs to be careful, because if he gets rooted, the trap is going to connect, the E from the Lux is going to connect, the Q from the Caitlyn is going to connect. There's going to be so much damage, and they really need to be perfect in laning against the Caitlyn and the Lux, as Zuko is now hovering the Malphite, which gets locked in. So a full tank is what I'm expecting in the top lane with the Malphite. Great engage with the ult, arguably one of the best engages in the game right there. So much tankiness coming over there to negate the damage coming in from the Jhin and the Aatrox, as the Galio is being hovered right now and will get locked in. So another tanky sort of a utility pick coming in the mid lane for the side of Old Gods, and that will round off their composition, as Asterix will pick up their mid laner now. And let's see what Katrina Bot is feeling like playing.
Yeah, he did last time blind pick the Victor for himself as their first pick. It did not work out, so you're going to want to be seeing some more coming out from this man itself. And it looks like the Hue is what is being hovered and is what get locked in from the side of Asterix. And now you can see both teams' comms coming out, and oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a match given how these two teams are looking right now. I really love to see that combo of the Galio and Malphite plus the Lux ult into the gate plus the Viego with his resets. It's going to be a bit of an adventure seeing how these fights do go on outside, and just seeing both of these teams right now. Fireball, can you predict which side the Atakan will be spawning? Where do you think most of the fights will be happening?
I mean, I would assume there's going to be a lot of trading going on for the lane in which Caitlyn and Lux are present. Even if they're not trading in the lane, they can just perma push the lane, look to bully the Jhin and the Blitzcrank under his turret with the range advantage that they have. So I'm expecting a lot of things from the bot lane of Old Gods. They are arguably playing the stronger lane, as the Lux bind can result in lethal amounts of damage from the trap follow-up coming in for the side of Caitlyn. Unseen Blade goes for the safe, and sound option in the Galio can help out both of his lanes, either top or bot. With the ultimate has the global presence Well, W coming out of a MVP performance on his Lee Sin will try to replicate that with the Viego, as well as Zuko will try to become the strongest tank to ever tank after the spanking he took in game number 2. Is like, you've picked Aatrox, well, I'm having none of that. I'm gonna build full armor and let's see what you can do to me.
Yeah, and it's just going to be looking like one of those matchups if Kratos just goes ham with those hooks and does manage to pick up either one, the Lux or the Caitlyn. It's just a rough time for the side of Volkots, but hey, if they dodge that out and they manage to snare the Jhin, it's a tough time for that bot side. So it'll be a bit of skill matchup in the bot, how it goes. Infi on this Diana will be looking to try and snowball as much as you want. Now, given that you've taken Bob Lux in the bot side, now you want some more tankiness. That's why you got the Galio as well in the mid, plus the tank Malphite in the top side. So it's very well rounded out comp from the side of Old Gods in my favor. So does Asterix has it, and it's all up to if these hooks do land or do not land, and how the fight between Zuko and RTO do end up going, because it has been pretty much a bloodshed bath that's going on, and they try to bully each other equally as much, and it's up to W and Infi to try and capitalize on those fights that do end up taking place over there. Want to see a better performance. A Catbot maybe on a more comfortable champion like the Hue against the Galio will be having that poke advantage, so let's see how well that goes out. And all in all said, I honestly think it's up to how they play it out, and whoever gets this first blood should be utilizing to get those feats of strength. Finally, Old Gods did it last time, but in the first game, even when they got the first blood, they could not convert it to the necessary buffs that they did want, and that's all the talking points that will be said and done. But on the Rift, it's going to be a completely different story, as we've always seen in the past.
So the feats have been 100% win rate in the series now, as Old Gods did pick up the feat in the second game. They won that game. Asterix picked up the feat in the first game and they won that game pretty comfortably. So it just looks like feats of strength do play a very significant role in allowing your team to snowball with the tier 3 boots that you can purchase. As let's see if the same trend is going to follow, and either team is going to put even more attention to those feats of strength and rotate to keep looking for the objectives. Let's hope that we have another banger of a game. Let's hope for the Old Gods to do the unthinkable, and let's see if Asterix can bring it back and remind the world who they really are, and they will be going ahead in this series. But we're always up for an underdog story. It's gonna be an experience on its own if Asterix do end up going down into the lower bracket for the first time in their career, what that would be. But still, Old Gods have a mountain to climb before that. We're still talking about Asterix, even though they did lose the second game. They have never in their competitive history ever lost a best of series, be it a best of 3, be it a best of 5. They always come ahead. They do have lost a few games before, but never a series, and they will be hoping to continue on this path.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's do or die for either of these teams. But whoever does end up losing does have that run of that lower bracket as backup for themselves. Whoever wins goes to the upper bracket final. And now Old Gods, as you said, have a chance to cement a bit of history for themselves, knocking down Asterix a peg by taking the series against them. The unthinkable that we did not think happening in this scene. Old Gods showing a bit of a preview of that it could happen, given how they played out game 2 between these two sides, and I really want to see them taking more advantage of the new maps and how it should be played. You take those blood petals as much as you can, otherwise you will be falling back against XP and gold against the other team. You get the feats of strength, utilize it as much as Fireball did point out. Whichever team does end up getting the feats of strength have the 100% win rate, so that is a very crucial factor between both sides, and who ends up getting it can knock each other team how you want, because whoever did get it actually ends up getting the Arakan as well. So if you play it really well, given how you're getting the Voracious one with the Guardian Angel that you get, it does turn a lot of the team fights into your favor, as you saw Old Gods do around that Baron fight last time.
Definitely, as Artakan was the flipping point in the games. It was just securing the win for the teams which were ahead, as it's going to be a talking point for the final game as well. We will be jumping into the game pretty soon. It's gonna be do or die for these teams, as it's 1-1 in this best of 3 upper brackets. Let's see if ASTERISK can bring it back, or Old Gods take down the Giants.
And now you can see a bit of a grouping this time from the Asterix team. They're all 4 going bot side, as you can see on your screen currently. And now it looks like they're trying to go for a bit of more over aggression. They're going all into the bot side bushes right there, trying to be putting up a plan of themselves. But I don't think OGs are falling anywhere closer to it. They've taken the standard barrel across the river, and the Caitlyn had walked out, puts one ward into that tri-bush and walks away very calmly. I think they're just reassessing the situation because they've not seen any of the members of Asterix. And if you can see the top side of the river, there's just wards and wards. And look at all 4 of the wards of OGs have been used, except for those 5 that were there in their possession. And now minions are been spawned. You can see the players are walking down back to their respective lanes. Red is close by, means Akshaj is close there near the Galio. He will be walking up, and you could see Lotus and Kratos are trying to go for a play over here, just about to see if OGs are aware of it. They should be aware, given how the Blitzcrank usually does like to play this lane over here, Firewall.
Yeah, they should definitely be keeping in mind the risk of a hook. So smartly, they will be walking behind the safety of their minions, making sure that Kratos cannot pull any hooks over there. As Vortex is getting quite ahead, so just playing with the Blitzcrank, coming in between the 2 lines of minions over there. But Kratos does end up missing his hook. A quick emote by Vortex over there, as now what would be the onslaught onto the minions from the Caitlyn and Lux is about to begin. Just expect non-stop pushing from the side of OGs, and I think they will be looking to get the first ever tower objective towards this bot side as the hook connects. But the reverse engage from Bob and Vortex will take down Kratos, as I mentioned before, you get rooted in a Caitlyn lane, the trap is going to follow, and the damage after that is just going to be too much, as Kratos just dies before he could even press the flash. So first blood already being secured by the side of Old Gods, walking towards those feats. And you already know, if you have a Caitlyn and a Lux, the enemy turret is in a lot of danger. Flash forward, great engage coming in by Kratos, forcing the flash from Bob, but did not get the connection, unfortunately. And Old Gods, they're looking very confident already from step 1.
Yeah, this is the 3rd game in a row where they've got the first blood for themselves. After Kratos engage, once you get rooted, you do end up going down. Kratos instantly comes back to the lane, burns his flash to try and get Bob, but Bob has quick reactions of his own. The net forward into the queue from the Caitlyn does put a bit of damage onto Kratos, but Kratos does have Hex Flash as well for himself. Unseen Blade putting a bit of damage onto Hue, but now look who's here, it's Infi, but here's the backup, is W, the flash forward onto the Hue. Now Unseen Blade is the one who goes down at the end of the day, and that is junglers coming into the favor, but it's the mid laner who suffers from the side of OG. The Galio goes down in this exchange, and the CS difference is also quite significant right here. More than double the CS of the Galio is what Akshay's Hue is sitting on right here. And you saw that W was there to shadow, does flash forward, but it just leaves the Galio to keep on getting hit by Infi, and Infi ends up securing the kill for himself.
So Infi does get the early kill, and he has been snowballing his early kill advantages usually, and let's see if he can pull off the same thing in this game. So 1 for 1 in the scoreboard, as ASTERISK are sitting on 500 to 600 goal lead, purely based off of CS numbers. They're just ahead in CS all across except the bot lane, as Lotus will be trying to stabilize the bot lane, because that could be the point of doom for the side of Asterix, as Caitlyn has returned with a serrated Dirk. The Jin sitting on just the tier 1 boots and the Doran's blade. One route from the Lux is gonna spell disaster in the bot lane, as Infi has started the dragon early on right at spawn, is looking to get those feats rolling for his team as soon as possible, considering that they lost the first blood. But a great hook coming in by Kratos. This is what Kratos was known for, and he is showing it yet again. Gets a good pick right before dragon, just gonna make sure that Black Infinity can smite that one. So first dragon already taken down by the side of Asterix. 5 minutes in, 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3 for himself, 1 out of 3 for, sorry, 1 out of 3 strengths for OG. This terms of the first blood, but a great hook coming from Kratos, given he had vision onto Bob over there. Vortex having to be very spicy with the sidestep there, trying to dodge out these hooks. And now we're seeing how deadly this man is on this champion. He's showing you what he's made of after giving over the first blood to the side of OGs. Asterix do end up picking up the Cloud Drake, but look at this. Viego is going in onto the Grubs, but Galio is facing a lot of pressure here in the mid lane. He is trying to ult away, does get away in time. In the top side, Zuko gets a solo bolo for himself instead onto the Aatrox. Nice side step from the hook from the Blitzcrank, but look who's trapped of this. The Jin has to flash away from the fight. Now the exhaust is onto Kratos. He is going dangerously low, but Lotus is walking up. I don't think he can walk up, but he walks.
He just walks on a trap.
Oh
my god.
Very big misplay coming out from Angel Lotus there from the side of Asterix, and now Kratos is there in the bush trying to bide his time against this Caitlyn. The Lux was picked up as well.
Oh.
And nice hook does land onto the Caitlyn.
No, why would you?
She does flash over. Nice has the traps, and now the Blitzcrank has to walk away from this exchange. He is walking up once again, but just thinks better of it, and Vortex just getting out there with a slither of HP and pushed by the skin of his teeth, essentially.
Yeah, so still a pretty big win for Asterix, as they do end up taking down the flash of Caitlyn in the later play, but the initial play where Lotus having another lapse in judgment, he's just making these plays that we don't expect a player of this caliber to be making. Maybe it's just the long break of league that he had that's just showing. But just walking over a trap, losing his life there, and even the kill that they traded onto the Lux did end up going on to the Blitzcrank, so not the ideal situation in the bot lane for Asterix.
Yeah, absolutely not. And even in the top side, Zuko getting that solo kill onto...
Oh.
Wait, hold that thought. Infi sneaked into this bush. Now it's the Caitlyn that's left alone. He doesn't have his flash given his previous exchange, and Lotus is the one who gets that kill for himself. So Infi is here to help his bot side get some kind of recovery in the lane for themselves. Just well played from this man. He just jumps in, gets the double ult. Lux has the flash, the Caitlyn does not, and that's where the difference lies. And it's the Caitlyn's life that ends up going down to the hands of the Jin of Asterix.
Yeah, the moonfall on point from the Diana, connecting onto two people. Now Infinity just doing Infinity things, going 2-0 in 1, already has the bounty on his head. 64 CS at 9 minutes. He will be looking to make sure that his team does not go further behind. As Asterix Gaming, they have gotten themselves a 2000 goal lead already. So the bot lane of OGs might be dominating a bit over the Jin and the Blitz, but around the other ends of the map, the CS difference are just too big. As Infi now getting taunted, the hook connects onto the Galio, finding himself between 3 members, was taken down, and now they are looking to get their attention towards the crab. And wait, what?
what is happening over here on our screens? Even we could not believe the situation that we were just put in. The members of OGs just wanted that scuttle so badly that you can see that Zuko and
I
W
need
give
to
up
see a
their
replay
life
of
for that.
whatever in the world that
Whatever that
happened
was.
over there.
Yeah, that was
So-
just unexpected from both sides. And as you wanted, that replay comes in over here, Fireball.
Zuko goes in. I mean, he's seeing that his jungler is kind of dying. He does go back in, jumps into the ultimate essentially of Infi right there, and there's a huge shutdown being picked up by the side of Red. Katrina bot in the mid lane for Asterix, as Asterix now having a 3000 gold lead at 10 minutes. That is not good news for Old Gods. Like in the game that Old Gods won, they were 3000 gold ahead at what, 28 minutes before they could like completely snowball it after taking the Baron. But Asterix now trying to snowball this game from the get-go, as the second dragon is about to go down from the hands of Black Infinity, as OGs will look to pick up all the 6 grubs. So it's gonna be 2 by 3 for the epic monsters feats at least. So next epic monster is gonna decide 1 feat point. OGs can complete their feats of strength if they get the next epic monster. And for the side of Asics, they still have to take down the first turret that is up for grabs before they can focus on taking on the third epic monster to complete their feats of strength.
But I think that's why you can see 3 members of Ashes on the bot side. They really want to dive this Galio really badly, but Jin does not have much mana. Diana's thinking better of it. Now you can see members of OGs also coming here to answer this part, and Asterix, being very aware of the situation, are backing away from it. They're trying to put up a trap in that Tribush over there, but I don't think that'll be very successful. Zuko and RTO have just been battling out in the top side over here. 2-1 for the score of Zuko. Is behind quite a bit in CS numbers, but that doesn't matter when you're a Malphite whose just job is to art into the team fights really well and get most of the aggro onto you. You can see that Diana has 3032. Her name has the Nash's Tooth, has the Dark Seal with 7 stacks as well. Catbot having a much better game compared to last game. 202 up onto his opponent. And then nice flash from the Caitlyn, but now that's a flashless Caitlyn for the next fight as well. It's not something that you would like to have burned, but has to be burned there just to survive. And just pressure being put on by the side of Ashley to try and get this first turret as well for themselves.
And Jin, not the strongest champion to take down turrets, has only the 4 bullets, does have to constantly reload, but still the turret is taking quite a bit of abuse, and in the top lane Malphite will be looking to teleport to protect his plates, as Aatrox is getting quite far ahead in terms of CS, although he is 2 kills down onto Zuko thanks to the ganks coming on from by W, as RTO is ahead in CS, but still again I am not sure if he's equal in gold or what. Flash forward by
Wait, what?
Angels, Lotus, you're playing ADC, what are you doing?
What did I just watch? This man flash forward like he's the biggest tank in the room and instantly gets punished by the members of OG. That allows Lotus to go down as well. And this probably is even the first turret for the side of OGs. They don't even have to wait for the next epic monster to maybe secure all the feats of strength for themselves. And it's a huge misplay by the bot lane of Asterix right now.
And the feats of strength have been secured yet again by Old Gods. I'm not sure what is going on with Angel's Lotus in this series. From game 1, he has been looking completely out of it. This guy was easily the best ADC that we had in a region back in the day before he took that competitive break for the 3 tournaments that he missed. But boy, what was that? If we take a look at the replay of that, just flashing forward onto a Lux, full HP Lux for what? I have no clue, but lapse in judgment yet again by Angel's Lotus, costing
no,
his
this Caitlyn doesn't
team
have flash.
another feat of strength. And now flash engage coming on by W over there will be flashed away from the Blitzcrank, though. There comes Red to secure the kill for himself, as Angel's Lotus will snipe away the Viego and get one kill back for himself at least.
Yeah, he does get one kill for himself, but that's for the majority of what his team does in that fight. Because Kratos baits out the flash from W, because W flashes it for him, Kratos flashes out. Now without a flash, W just goes down, given the members of Asterix that are coming to swarm over there. They are up in kills, but down in terms of feats of strength. They have 2 Drakes to the 6 Grubs of OG. They are up 3k gold. It doesn't just seem the bot lane is what seems to be lacking in terms of Asterix right now. The rest is not that bad. Even though Aatrox did go down 2 kills, is quite a bit up in CS. The Diana is deathless 303, still has only those 7 stacks, but we'll be looking to make more. Has an arms guard, Seeker's arms guard, in case she needs to go into the golden stats anytime up left. And now the Drake will be spawning as well. And if Asterix get this, they will be on soul point. A narrow miss from the hook there from the side of Kratos, given that the OG member did walk back into his own space. And it looks like this Infernal Drake is going to be picked up from Asterix, and it looks like OGs do want to mount a comeback in the terms of this fight over here, Fireball.
Red team does smite, Infi does not miss those, gets a smite, gets a good ultimate onto 2 people, will go into stasis to keep alive. Beautiful play coming in by Black Infinity on the Diana, gets the dragon, gets the engage, gets the damage down, gets the kills for his team. And now Asterix are sitting on soul point quite early on in the game, again looking for a 21-minute soul if it goes to that point. But before that, we will be having the Rift Herald and the Atakan, who will be spawning in the top lane, and I'm expecting it to be the voracious one, because we did have quite a bit of lull phase in the beginning. Only 16 kills at 17 minutes, so let's see if it's gonna be the same Atakan, or we're gonna finally get the one which gives the bloody petals.
Yeah, and now it looks like they even want to get the tier 1 in the mid side. The wave is not there for Akshas to take this turret, but Vortex doesn't have HP. He's gonna have to back out no matter what. At the end of the day, they will end up getting the tier 1 for themselves. W's just trying to get a Grom for himself, but he's being surrounded by members of Asterix. Now it looks like it's the Aatrox is getting caught out, has to flash away from the fight, uses the blast ban to get away as well. Lotus comes in, gets the stun up with his W. The Hue ultimate does land. Lotus channels his own ultimate to dish out some damage before the fight does go off. A nice Lux ultimate. The Malphite ultimate only lands onto the Blitzcrank plus the Galio ultimate. That's a lot being committed onto just one support. Over the flash forward from the Lux. The bind does land. There goes a W forward, but he ends up going down. Zuko follows down. They were out and about with that kill, but they just went for too much here for the side of OGs, and they are paying the price. A double kill going on to the Hue, and now it's Vortex running for his life. Where will you go? The flash is there to save him. Dodges the W as well. But
okay,
down gets the triple kill for himself, and it looks like Asterix even want to take the Rift Herald with them as well.
And what a fight coming in by the side of Asterix. That's more like it. That's what we are used to seeing from them, as they go 8,000 gold ahead, and they are opened up the map completely, taken down the mid lane turret, have picked up the Rift Herald as well. Atakan is about to spawn in a minute. There's gonna be the dragon spawning in 2 minutes as well, as Angel's Lotus did pick up a lot of kills in those previous fights. Has a bounty on his name, will definitely do good for his confidence, as the carries from the side of Asterix have started to just completely dominate.
Yeah, they've been dominating for quite some time, and now this just breaks it up completely. The Diana already has the 10 stacks on the Darksteel, can make us Magize whenever she does feel like it. Zuko does pick up some Blood Petal, so that makes me happy. But it does not look like a good scene for OG's. Bob's here to maybe do a bit of gameplay for himself, but OG's are in a very bad spot currently. Around, oh my god, they're around 8.4k gold behind the members of Asterix right now. The Unseen Blade just not doing what he wanted with Gallipik with those repeated ganks that did come in the mid lane. Infi had his number quite a bit of times, and now given that Arakan has now spawned, a lot of these fights will be breaking out towards this side. Kratos is clearing some wardage for himself.
OGs are just so far behind. I don't think they can even go for the fight near Atakan, as Unseen Blade will be taken down to half the HP. The Rift Herald has been spawned, as they will be looking to march towards that side.
Oh, no.
Artio is sitting near the Atakan to make sure nothing funny is happening over there. The engage comes in from Zuko. That's a dead Aatrox if I've seen one.
But look at the base.
Guys, look at your base. The inhibitors taken down. Now Katrina Bot jumps into the Herald for the final charge. Well, that is going to be stopped in its way, but the Unseen Blade is going to be paying with his life inside the base, as the Diana takes down turrets very quickly. They do take down the first Nexus turret. They have the second wave coming in. The respawns are stopping from the side. No way this game ends like this, right? The second Nexus turret has been taken down as well, and there you go. Just like that,
Yeah.
from macro gameplay coming out from the side of Asterix, we do see them take down Old Gods in the best of 3 in a very dominating fashion in game number 3 as well. Still had to fight for their victory, but boy, game number 3 was just a steamroll.
And that's after giving feats of strength over to the side of OGs, and they couldn't capitalize on it as the way they wanted. Lotus having a bit of misplays in the beginning, but the rest of his team is there to back him up. Kratos landing some very crucial hooks as well in the beginning point of that game. When he gets the Lux, he does a lot, and while they focus on the Arakan fight over there, they don't even end up winning that well. The bot side is just completely open for grab. It's just free real estate. They take down the turret, they use the Rift Herald, they get the inhibitor, they even use it onto one of the Nexus turrets. I honestly thought Shelly was going to dance for a second, given how much they were pushing in with that Rift Herald. But yeah, just well played. Nice macro coming out from Asterix towards the end. They secure their place in the upper bracket finals after that win. And oh boy, just very well played from the boys from that team.
Yeah, and I think Old Gods realized they had to go for the old Hail Mary near the Atakan, because they were just so far behind. They did not do their calculations correct, accounting for the Rift Herald charging down in the bot lane with the Diana and the Hue. I mean, Diana eats turrets for breakfast if you let that champion have its way. That's what we saw exactly. They took down 3 turrets, 1 inhibitor and a Nexus by the time it took for Old Gods to just recall from the Atakan pit. But such a bummer for the Old Gods to go out in that fashion. Let's have a look at the Nexus moments of this game. It was going pretty well for the side of Old Gods earlier on. I mean, in the bot lane we did see at least Vortex and Bob coming up ahead, picking up the first blood, and Angel's Lotus was having a few hiccups, but Infi is gonna be Infi. He's gonna be at the right place at the right time in the mid lane with a clean counter gang, gets a kill for himself. And once he started going, there was just no stopping in. Even now you will see Lotus just stepping over the trap, not seeing his surroundings. So definitely was looking kind of out of it earlier on, but did bring it back. I mean, like this
Oh,
this
no.
was just you just can't explain this.
It's in the replay. He's gonna have to watch this again. Unfortunately, that's not what you wanted to see when you are Lotus trying to do that kind of a gameplay over there that leads OGs to even get the first turret and the feats of strength for themselves, but it just wasn't enough. They use so much onto this Blitzcrank over there. They get the kill. They can just back off over here, but no. Bob flashes forwards, gets the Q. Even the Viego goes in so deep, and then he ends up giving his life. Zuko also falls down. Then soon you will see a nice snipe coming out from the side of Catbot over there onto the Caitlyn. Caitlyn thinks she's away safely once she flashes the wall very shortly over here as the trap walks in, gets the caught. Aatrox flashes over, but the snipe that comes in from Catbot gets him that triple kill. A completely turnaround performance given his last game, and the Rift Herald just walking it into the base while the rest of his team is fighting there at Anakan. It's just cinema just to watch how these kind of decisions are being made. The backs are being stopped. Once he's back, the battle fight has been stopped. Not much you can do to stop the rest of Asterix there. You have the Hui, you have the Diana. That's enough to chunk away at the turrets. The Viego was there, but it's just a bit too late. Just look at the emotes coming out over there. They're just a happy camper at that point, and just well played from the boys from Asterix. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy match in terms of momentum, but once Asterix completely got hold of the reins of the horse, they just marched it way to the finish line, and they will be marching their way themselves to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, they will be securing their place in the upper bracket finals there, and well, they will be hoping to have cleaner games in the following series that they will be playing. Definitely, although the games that they won were storms altogether, but still there were so many visible mistakes that Asterix made, which could have been capitalized on very well. So they will be looking to clear that one up, I'm pretty sure. And they even lost a game, so that's already a pretty huge upset when it comes to Asterix. But all in all, jobs done for today, although it was a little bit scary at one point. They will be going through. They will be taking down Old Gods 2-1. For the side of Old Gods, it's not the end of it all. They still have the lower brackets to go through and make a deep run into this tournament. So looking into the scoreboard, 21 minutes. If we thought the first game was quick, man, have a look at this. 21 minutes and 21 seconds is what it took Asterix to just bring it back and slap Old Gods around. 17 kills to 8, 12,000 gold lead, 7 towers to 1, 3 streaks to 0. They got the Rift Herald. I mean, Old Gods got the feats of strength as well, but even after that, it was not enough. So guys, if you're tilting off of losing feats of strength, please don't. The game's not done if you lose first blood. Stop spamming pinging your top laner who just died 1v1ing level 3. It's alright. So let's hope that we see more of these games where teams, even after losing the feats of strength, can bring it back with their macro play. Looking at the Rift MVP right now, we have yet again Black Infinity in the jungle, 5-0 and 6. This man just refuses to die. 2 perfect games in the series, 8.8 CS per minute. That's some laner level of CS coming in over there. 448 damage per minute, and Black Infinity is just so good when he's having his day. Unfortunately, was not having his day in the second game, but did bring it back in the mid lane where he helped out. Catbot got the lead there in the dragon fight as well, got the smite, got the engage. There is Zonia at the correct time, to survive. This guy he's just a treat to watch.
And this is second Rift Renegade MVP for him of just this series. So just well played from him. Of all the 3 MVPs, all 3 were junglers. 2 for Infi, 1 for W. So it's just been a battle of who's doing it that well in the jungle. That being said, guys, we will be taking a very short break before we head into the series that we will be casting over here today.
Yep. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the second series coming in.
Together it's our time. We will run
They wanna count me out. Next time pick a higher number. Next time you should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit that refused to crumble. Got the wrong line, reduce the mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. Take toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. It broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart. You didn't know you had. It's like that. Flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in all free. Adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown. I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get. I got 10 toes down. Don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret taunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life, been me and kiss the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. off like the others, but I hear secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west, scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. empire. Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me.
Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spend my Wednesday, might search you on my word. Path took plenty turns and broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart. You didn't know you had. It's like that. Flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in all free. Adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown. I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get. I got 10 toes down. Don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it costs me. All my life, big me and kiss the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones. A bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion. Be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones. A bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion. Be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, the Esports Club Community Clash. We're here for the second series of the day, the second upper bracket semi-final. It's me, Madness, now alongside Kaka. Kaka looking very comfortable in that sweater. Any thoughts on the first matchup over there, Kaka, and how the teams played out over there?
Yeah, I really thought it was a closer game than any of us expected. The series, I think game 1 was close. I thought game 2, of course, was pretty well picked up from the side of Old Gods, and 3 was it ended pretty early, but I think the Old Gods did play very well in that game as well. So that was a pretty fun series to watch. I don't think anyone expected anything but a 2-0 from the side of ASTERISK, and that didn't happen. So anytime they lose, I think it's a great watch, be it game 3 or game 5. But yeah, it was a close game, and I was pretty happy with what I saw from Old Gods.
Yeah, they did do phenomenally well in the second game. Third game, a bit more lacking from their side. So, fortunately, they head over to the lower bracket. Now, unfortunately, because the first series went to 3 games, and because of a bit of time constraints, we could not stream the first game over there of Infamous 2.0 versus Kakao Gaming, in which Infamous 2.0 did come out victorious. So they are 1-0 in the series, and we will be starting the broadcast from the second game of the series that will be coming up.
Yeah, 100%. But we can still get the scoreboard of that game one, and let's see what actually happened. If stats can tell us a story as well. So just let's go over it. Game time, as you can see, it was a pretty lengthy game. Goal difference not too much when the game ended, around 9,000. Towers, dragons 2 apiece. No elder dragons, of course. Baron was picked up by Infamous, and that seems to be like must have been the nail in the coffin for them. Rift Herald was picked up from the side of Kakao. Void Grubs again split even, and most importantly the bans, right, and the picks as well, because we are running the fearless draft, so whatever champions were picked will not be repeated for those sides specifically. Atakan was picked up by Infamous, and Bloody Petals, as you can see, 29 on the side of KKG. Yeah, that's the summary of game 1 of this series. We will be broadcasting game 2 and game 3 if needed, where Infamous are 1-0 up, and that's quite a surprise, madness. Kakao Gaming have been pretty comfortably our second best team in the region, have taken Asterisk, previously Temple of Kings, to game 5 in more than one occasion. So that's pretty surprising, the result of that game 1. But again, the series is still alive. As we saw earlier as well, Asterisk did lose one game themselves. So any thoughts on that? It's very surprising, just to say the least,
Yeah, absolutely. Infamous 2.0 have been coming up as a team from the last, I think, 2 or 3 tournaments. They've got together amongst themselves, talked it out, coming up over here. But there's a bit of a change in Kakao Gaming side. Now we see Dead Corporal in the top side, while Copy is the one taking over the role of the jungle. So that might have been putting different part of how they are going for the game plan. But let's not hold up any further. We're jumping right into the champion select, and who better to ban out than the Skarner, one of the deadliest champions we do have in the jungle. The Wukong is also going to be not seeing the rift, at least in this game 2 between them. The Shen ban, not that common essentially, but hey, it's always a good thing to ban out. The Ari coming out from Infamous 2.0 side, so that will also not be seeing over there. We see very familiar faces on the side. I'm pretty sure everyone knows whoever's on Kakao side. Even on Infamous' side, we have Termi this time with us. Shuvo is in the support, Dragoon's the jungle, Argus in the top side, and last time I saw, I think Dragoon's Viego did pretty well in the first game that did go down. So yeah, that is one of the things we have to look out for. But hey, we won't actually get to see it, given that we have a fearless draft. We won't be seeing a Viego. But now the Nocturne is left open, and that's instantly swiped by Kakao Gaming as their first pick.
Yeah, 100%. The Kled is banned as well. I don't think you want to take that risk of Copy just playing that champion going towards that top side of the map, as Kakao Gaming are quite flexible in their top side of the map. So I think that's pretty smart. The Sejuani is going to get logged in for Dragoon. He has been one of the Sejuani players for the longest time, for sure. He prefers that champion a lot. So he loves playing that Nocturne as well, but of course it has been denied from him. And this is a game against his previous team, right? He was the jungler for Kakao Gaming previously, so I think there's some history there. And as you said, performed really well on the Viego. Of course, can't pick it for himself right now, as the Ezreal gets logged in for Crixus, who had a pretty good game on the Sivir himself. Had about 1 death, I think, if I'm not wrong. Did really well. He's always been excuse me, one of the better ADCs in the scene. Has been gone for a long time, him and his brother Termi in the mid lane. So they have played a lot of tournaments in the past, and it's really good to see them come back to the scene and instantly being in the top 8 of the tournament already, and 1-0 up ahead against the second best team in the region. So the only good things to say about them, as the Vayne and Lulu that we saw earlier from the side of Asterisk actually gets logged in as well. So I really did not like how that panned out for the side of Asterisk previously, but let's see if Kakao Gaming can make this work.
Yeah, it did definitely not work out for Ashix. Now, maybe in the hands of Love 2, it might be a bit different with Stylizard backing him up. But as we say that, Termi does lock in the Syndra as well for himself. We did see this a bunch in our first series in both teams' hands. But now heading into the second phase of banning Infamous, choosing to ban out the Akali so there's no assassin jumping onto Termi. And now we have the Rel ban, so Shuvo cannot play this. If I could remember correctly, Shuvo played Braum in the first match, so that is also not
Yes.
in his arsenal currently right now. So it's up to see what Shuvo does pair up with this Ezreal. This Ezreal is very mobile, will be able to get away from the Nocturne pretty easily if the Nocturne does choose him as the target of selection. This Vayne does have the Lulu for backup, but hey, Vayne is not in a great state in the game. It's not what you would like to see. Now you see Victor gets banned out from Infamous 2. Victor was picked up in game series 1 in the hands of Catbot, but did not pan out the way he wanted to. Maybe they were thinking he's still a bit of a threat. Now even Poppy is also removed from the hands of Shuvo, and he can even be flexed topside sometimes depending on how you want to play it. It looks like they're huffing the Janna as a support
Yeah.
that will go alongside the Ezreal, and that's exactly what they lock in over there on that side.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if something like a Karma or Janna comes in, does really well in lane with the Ezreal, does really well against the Nocturne as well, as you can push him out just by using your R and Q and whatnot. So I think that's a really good disengage pickup coming in from the side of Infamous. So far their draft has been really good. The Orianna of course gets logged in for the side of Kakao Gaming, so sort of a skill matchup, slightly Syndra favored once she hits level 6. So that will be fun to watch, as well as we will see the On coming out in the top lane. That's a blind pick On against Argus. Now Argus did play Maokai in the previous game, was one of the factors, key components I would rather say, in them winning the game as well, because he was very tanky. He had great engages on that Maokai. So expect a tank to come in again, but I wonder which ones it's going to be. Is that a Lilian?
That might be a Sejuani
So that
top
could
then.
be Sejuani top, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is a tank top.
True. Keeping to your words, yeah, it is the tank top now. The Lilia is now in the hands of Dragoon. That horses will be trying to roam her way across the map, but just looking at the comp of Kakao Gaming, seems like a pretty solid comp, especially the Orianna Nocturne ultimate combo. Now you have a lot to even keep your Vayne alive. The Ornn does provide the Masterwork items later on, so they have a pretty nice scaling up comp on this side of Kakao Gaming. Talking about Infamous' side, the Ezreal Janna will be having a nice time on the bot side, depending on how they move, and now we get to see a nice Sejuani top. Any thoughts on that, Kaka?
Yeah, I think Sejuani top is quite underrated. You have the luxury of running Ignite as well on that champion, because you do have sort of a flash, but definitely a dash on your Q. So I think it's a good pick. In certain matchups, I think it's fine against something like an On, but if you're playing some, against something like the Set or Darius, you really don't want to play those matchups. So I think it's a playable matchup. I do like the draft coming in for both the sides. I'm just not a big fan of Vayne. Whenever she's picked, she's very low range, requires a lot of effort. You of course need a Lulu or some enchanter to play alongside you, and then you don't really have a great laning phase, right? So I'm not a big fan of the Vayne, so I'm just gonna go with Infamous's draft. The Ezreal looks nice, the Janna is great in this matchup, and they have a lot of engage and follow-up as well from the side of Termi coming in. So but On items do come in, right? So it is going to be a 50-50 in my opinion when it goes to the late game, but let's see if it does. The comps have been logged in. Infamous again 1-0 up, and Kakao Gaming, if they don't want to go down to that lower bracket, I think they will have to take us to a game 3 after this one.
Yeah, they definitely will be aiming for that, but given that the performance in game 1 was not the optimal or what we expect of a team of Kakao's caliber and how long they've actually been together, they have to actually put in the showing and show the potential that we do know this team does possess. Copy in the jungle is a bit of a new thing, the only new thing actually in this team right now, and let's hope he does well on the Nocturne role compared to what he did in game 1. That being said, I would really like to see what Argus actually does run as his summoners, And even in Series 1 of today, both times the Syndra was picked, that's the team that did end up winning. And we have been seeing some mad dashes for the feats of strength. So I want to see how these two teams innovate around the new objectives that will coming, and how which team gets the attack and how they use it, because it was used very well by Old Gods in the matchup that they won when they baited out the Baron fight. They went down, then they came back and got the Baron because they had eliminated the previous in the previous fight the enemy jungler. So that was a nice play that came out from them. So I really want to see how these teams are adapting to the new meta that our game has brought in with the current patch.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was one of the better displays of using the Atakan buff. Honestly, just forcing a fight around Baron, respawning, coming at back in. Even if you trade evenly, I think it's a good trade because you can just come back in on the map. And then they did take the Baron. They did end the game relatively easily after that. So yeah. But yeah, the feats of strength, I think it's a very interesting mechanic that has come in. Of course, makes the first blood even more valuable. Does not give a lot of gold, but it's a very important objective now, which it has never been. So while in solo queue it is not that great, obviously, because any of your solo lanes could die and you have just lost an objective. But in team games, I think it does add a fun factor. So it's going to be very interesting to see. And we do have two scaling comps coming in, so feats of strength, the early game might not be the focus for either of these teams. So let's see what happens, and I'm very very intrigued as to how this matchup will go. Could Infamous 2-0 the famous KAKAO Gaming? That's going to be the real question in this one.
Yeah, it will be. And Infamous making the deepest run I've seen this team put together with these players so far in our tournaments that have come today. But we're not going to delay any further. We're going to head right into the rift. As usual, our teams are parallel across the river. You can see the Sejuani is going to be reaching that bush first over there. Dead Corporal knows that's in, doing a little dance for him right there. Arcus is coming in. Dead Corporal does miss out on any damage being put to him. He continues to dance away, and it's essentially just a battle a bit of vision. And later on, what they do, Shuva's going a bit deep there, trying to put that ward for his team so they will know exactly where the junglers will be starting. As you can see, both junglers are right now in the top side of the map, very close by each other, just maybe a breath away from where they should be standing. The Nocturne is going to fall back a bit, and now with that ward place over there by Janna, it's gonna be no. She didn't have a ward, so she has a sweeper. So she went a bit deep just to see if she can clear out any vision that way. So now you actually don't know where the junglers are starting because you don't see any vision that deep, essentially. So now it's going to be a bit of a guessing game which side the junglers start. We can see from our side, both are on the top side of the map. And now you can see Dead Corporal did go in a bit deep, did get that ward down at the red buff. So now KAKAO Gaming will at least have the upper hand in terms of vision and knowing where junglers are.
Yeah, 100%. But I think it's quite obvious where Lilia would want to start, right? Her clear time really is pretty great when you do decide on starting the Raptor. So I don't think there's too much info that has been exchanged there. I think that was pretty obvious. Of course, Infamous have no idea where the Nocturne started. So that let's see if they can track him. As for level 1, I think Argus, hits level 2 can get a really good trade right here, but never mind. Dead Corporal using his W to exchange quite well there. Termi getting pushed in the mid lane. The early levels can be pretty painful if Oriana is pretty good on that, the Arcane Comet as well. In top lane, Argus is going very, very low though.
Yeah, the grass props that are coming out from Dead Corporal are just a lot of damage coming onto Argus. He has to be pretty wary of that. The tornado does connect onto the wave, pushing back Love to quite a bit. The wave's been pushed in from the Ezreal Janna bot of Infamous 2. And there's Dead Corporal going into Argus. Argus is 1 HP. The flash being burned by him just to get away. Dead Corporal thinking better off to burn his own flash to maybe secure the kill. And now that's a flashless edge, one in the top side. Thankfully, both junglers are in the bottom side of the map right now. And given how far the lane of Infamous 2.0 has been pushed forward, Nocturne might be looking to take advantage of this if he plays the cards right.
Yeah, 100%. But you would want to clear your jungle as soon as possible, as we do see a trade in the mid lane. Termi getting the better end of that one. Did not hit level 4, unfortunately, so his Q did not deal too much damage. As Nocturne comes in, might be able to fear Crixus right here, who has the flash available, is going to use it. Jana uses her heal to get out of that sticky situation, but Lilia is here as well, and let's see if they can burn anything
So
from the
flash
side of
forward.
Nocturne here. Copy has to flash, matched by Dragoon's flash, and that's going to be it for the action in the bot lane. But more importantly, the scuttle will be denied from the side of Dragoon, and he might just get both the scuttles for himself. So I think that's a big advantage for the side of Dragoon.
Yeah, he's up in camps right now, up in that CS number. The Nocturne does back, gets the double longsword for himself. But yeah, Flash is being burnt by both junglers in that exchange over there. But now it's Crixus without his own Flash in the bot side, so he has to be wary about how far he moves. But look at the CS difference. 32 CS of the Ezreal to the 18 of the Vayne is a
Yeah.
lot. The bot side cutter was picked up by Dragoon, but it looks like Nocturne will be claiming the top side scuttle for himself. So now they have equalized that number, but you can see that Dragoon's already on a faster path for his camp, so he will be one step ahead that way. Neither team giving up first blood yet, so that's still a feat of strength to be played for. Dead Corporal is trying to freeze this wave as much as he can. Arcus is being chased away completely.
Yeah.
Just look at that slam down
The
from that grasp. It just gets so
yeah.
much.
The Bellow Breath auto attack is just going to hurt so much. Argus might end up going down here. Does not have the
He doesn't
flash.
have
Might
flash.
have his Q to get out. Let's see if. And that's going to be first blood for the side of that Corporal, who plays that to perfection. Essentially, Argus just not realizing how much damage can On do. And we just saw how much he can uh, deal to the side of a very tanky Sejwani as well in the early level. So yeah, first blood for the side of Dead Corporal, and that was really well played. Solo kill as well on top of that.
Yeah, and now at least with the new home cards that you do get after your death, even in the early stage of the game, Argus is trying to get as much XP of that wave that will be crashing on his turret. Dead Corporal gets the crash, will be looking for his own back, will be going back to base and getting up some HP and mana for himself. In the meantime, in the mid lane, you can see it's almost pretty even. Stevens in CS only 2 up towards the side of Savage instead of Termi. Jana's over here trying to get some vision for herself by a human road with a nice ultimate from Savage. He hit level 6 before Termi did, so Termi doesn't have his own ultimate to answer back no matter what he wants to do. And this wave is being completely pushed in underneath the turret right now. And just as I was saying, even Steven CS is where Termi has fallen a bit behind. Over here, the Dragon is being started up by the side of Infamous, while the Nocturne of KAKAO Gaming is doing the grubs in the top side. So it looks like they're trying to
Yeah, I
trade these
think
objectives.
Savage is in a really bad place right here. I'm not sure what he's trying to do. Does have the flash, has to burn it, but might end up dying. And there you go. I am not too sure what he was thinking right there. Moving towards the bot side of the map when his jungler is taking the grubs. Clearly wants the Oriana to hover around that side, as the Nocturne is going to burn his ultimate. Unfortunately, Syndra has ran out of vision, so that is going to be a fail ultimate. And as a Nocturne, you really hate it when you don't get anything off that first ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, don't know what Savage was doing, given even his bot lane was not moving to hit side. So much what you can do. Argus getting punched in the ultimate from the Ornn test channel, and there goes down the Sejuani for the second time to the second solo kill of the Ornn in the top side. Over here, Copy is trying to take away some camps from Dragoon. Dragoon's not healthy enough to actually walk forward. But here's the backup. Here's Termi. There goes Copy.
No
maybe
flash on
very shortly.
Nocturne.
But no, the shield was just enough and gave him enough added speed that he gets out of that exchange. Nothing left out of that. As you did point out, he didn't have flash, so he was pretty close to dying if any of the members in Famous did choose to flash and go in on him. But thankfully, the jungler of KAKAO Gaming makes it out of there with his life intact. In the bot side, the Dragon was not picked up at the end of the day, so it's KAKAO Gaming with the objectives more for themselves. They have the 3 grubs to their name, so they have one of those 3 epic monsters from the Fates of Strength that they do want. They also do have the first blood to their name in the form of Dead Corporal getting that kill in the top side. And Dead
And
Corporal is
second
looking very,
blood as
very
well, yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's. I
and
mean,
second blood.
he is destroying Argus towards that top side of the map. 20 CS ahead, two kills, solo kills at that. He's way too ahead, and this on will be so tanky. Uh, and very early on as well. So I think that's going to spell trouble for the side of Infamous. So they have to start getting their advantages somewhere else because the top lane is essentially done. They did have a really good CS lead towards that bot side of the map, but Love 2 seems to have uh, caught up when it comes to that. Yeah, and mid lane as well, 10 CS advantage for the side of Savage. So uh, Infamous might be in, you know, some small trouble as of now. The dragon is right there, which they could not pick up, unfortunately, as they decided to kill the Oriana instead. So that's still there for the taking, and let's see if Infamous can, claim an objective for themselves as well.
Yeah, and this Sejuani pick not just working wonders for Argus at the moment. At least he is getting beat down quite a bit anytime he tries to walk up to take a bit of CS. The dragon is still up for the taking. And you can see that Copy is still on the bot side of the map. His ultimate has come back up, so he will be looking to make the second one at least successful compared to what the first one was doing. Savage completely pushing this wave in and there. And here
Oh,
comes
that's a
Dragoon, the
beautiful
scared of the
start.
wind does land. And there goes Sleepy Time. There goes Savage. The ultimate used from Copy to maybe give his laner some way to get out, but it's just not enough. So another second wasted knockdown. Plus your mid laner dies is not what you want to see from Kakao Gaming side once your Ornn is taking two solo kills at the top side.
Yeah, and it's really feels bad for the side of Copy right there. Is that as his mid laner dies once again to a gang, he has to blow his ultimate just to try and deny some vision, but again, not getting anything of that Nocturne ultimate so far. It is one of the strongest ultimates at level 6, but twice it has been used for nothing at all, as he is going to try to pick up the dragon. Uh, Good timing on that. Infamous just recall on towards that bot side of the map. You can see the Sejuani moving there as well, but I think it's going to be too late for her, and they will hear about it, and they might just try to move towards that top side of the map as the grubs have spawned
Oh, and if
as
they get
well.
these
Black
grubs, if they get
fire.
all three grubs, they get the feats of strength because they have first blood. They
Yeah.
have two of those epic monsters. So now this is what they have to fight for the side of to call Infamous. They cannot let all three grubs go into the possession of Kakao Gaming. And now it
Yeah,
looks like a
100%.
fight is on the verge of happening over here. Shuvo does channel the tornado. Here comes the Ornn ultimate to maybe persuade members of
Which
Infamous
missed
from
completely.
not
Where
coming
did
in
that
for
go?
this. I did not know where that go, but now they're trying to go and Copy flashes forward onto Shuvo. And look at this, members of Kakao Gaming are going on to Infamous. There goes down Dragoon. Sejuani's on the backlines, but now she's in no man's land. She might get Stylus art before he goes down. He does end up getting it, but no, the shield
Oh, that's
does
a
come
big
out. It's
shield.
very clutch that does come out right there. And there goes down Argus, and now it looks like it's the grubs are all for the taking, and the feats of strength will be going into the hands of Kakao Gaming after all.
Yeah, and that was a 4v5, so I'm not sure why Infamous tried to contest that beautiful flash ultimate for the side of Savage and Copy. Copy did not have his Nocturne ultimate available, but as you can see, he had the ball on himself, flashed between three people, got two of them right there. There you go, the Syndra and Lilia both get caught, and I think that was it. The Sejuani ult comes in, but it does not do nearly enough damage, or has enough follow up to do anything about it. So yeah, a three for nothing. As you said, feats of strength has been picked up from the side uh, of Kakao Gaming, and a big shutdowns for the side of Dead Corporal right then.
Yeah, and Dead Corporal has been the driving force behind most of this early game, at least for Kakao Gaming. Gets the two solo kills, does Mrs. Arnold before the fight, but hey, after that, you do sweep it up like that. I don't think anyone could fault the man at that point. And now Kakao Gaming have a pretty significant lead for themselves in terms of gold, in terms of kills, in terms of the feats of strength, the most important part of that part. And now the Vayne will also be slowly getting much stronger. And now you have the upgraded Berserker's Greaves that will give you more attack speed. That's a lot. She only has 12 more. the stacks on that curl that she has to get before she gets that added gold to her name. So now she's slowly getting very strong behind the scenes. And now finally Copy does get a nice kill for himself. Nice flash forward from him with the Oriana does result in KAKAO Gaming getting this lead for themselves. And now Argus can barely even walk up to Dead Corporal at all. Is down around 20 CS, so is fallen behind there as well. And now Copy does go in here on to Derby, and Derby will be going down. A nice wombo combo of ultimates from the side of KAKAO Gaming, and they do secure the kill on the middle laner of Infamous. And now it just looks like KAKAO Gaming are not letting their foot off the metal at all, and are just pushing forward.
Yeah, 100%. I do think the Oriana ultimate missed there, but well, at least it looked like it. But yeah, again, Nocturne just having so much damage, has the Stride Breaker completed, so has that added slow. Of course, Indra, Termi in this case did not have the flash available for himself to get out, and this might be first turret as well. For the side of KAKAO Gaming, who are running riot in the second game, just showing us why they are the undisputed second best team in the region. As Savage picks up the turret for himself, has the flash available if he needs to use it, has the Lulu as well, right there standing besides him, just in case anything goes south. But nothing's going to happen here. Infamous now, I think they are going to have to climb a mountain to come back into this game, because that on is not dying to any of the champions that Infamous have.
Yeah,
Not at
absolutely.
all.
Not even close to being killed. And because of all those fighting that did happen in the top side, now the Atakan will also be spawning on that side of the map. I don't think there was any doubts in that. But the mid lane, almost a 30 CS advantage for Savage. He is 0-2-4, but his ults are coming in clutch like he did in that team fight. So he'll be looking to work for that. And they might even be picking up first turret. And they do pick up first turret in the mid lane. So they have all the 3 feats of strength, even though they didn't need it, and they get another tier 1 turret in the top side in the hands of Dead Corporal. So now the gold is slowly getting out of hand, almost a 5k advantage for the side of KAKAO Gaming. Now Savage has switched bot, while Love 2 has gone mid side. Silazard was trying to get some deep vision, runs away when he sees more than 2 members there, and now it's just a bit more again into the lull state while we wait for the Herald to spawn in around 10 seconds time in the top
Yeah,
side
the
of the map.
dragon has come up though, so let's see if KAKAO Gaming wants to contest it. Uh, Infamous do have the first movers advantage right there. They are on the map, have great vision, as well as the dragon has been started from the side of Dragoon. But if a fight breaks out here, I think it's going to be really bad.
Oh,
Really
no.
great stun from Syndra to deny the on ultimate. But Dragoon again has, I mean, someone was going to die there. It's unfortunately has to be Dragoon, but at least they pick up the dragon for his death.
Yeah, they do pick up the dragon, but now the Dark Seal buy from Dragoon just not looking that optimal given the state of the game that is going on. Red Corporal was just waiting in that bush, does get spotted out by the ward placed by Shuvo over there, and now the heal
Use,
being
I
used.
think
Maybe a
that's
bit of a misclick, yeah, on the side of Infamous. Scatter of the Wind does not hit any targets on KAKAO Gaming side. There's 3 versus 2, but this Dead Corporal is worth at least 3 players given how tanky this man is. And on the top side, KAKAO Gaming will be picking up the Rift Herald for themselves. So they've taken the majority of the jungle objectives, have all 6 scrubs, have that first Ocean Drake, have the Rift Herald, have the feats of strength, and they are running rampant and showing us that maybe game 1 was a bit of a fluke from the side of Infamous.
yeah, I mean, you could say that. Um, Going on, just judging by this game, it has not looked close so far. Savage having the only hiccups, 2 deaths for him, 2 deaths for the whole of KAKAO Gaming right there. So yeah, but everyone else just playing so well. Dead Corporal, especially getting those solo kills in the top lane, just opened up the map completely for them. And yeah, it's just going to be a really slow but painful death for the side of Infamous, as KAKAO Gaming have a great draft and they scale really well, as Copy goes in onto Termi right there. Just, I think, thinking he
Oh,
has more
sleepy
damage
time.
than he does. A beautiful Lilia ultimate comes in. The Sejwani is here as well, but where is the damage? Dead Corporal is not going down. There you go. Finally, maybe never mind. A huge Oriana shockwave in the back line. The Lulu uses her ultimate to save a Dead Corporal from going down. And as you can see, there is no damage for the side of Infamous, especially when the on has been accelerated so far ahead. And once the tanks get ahead, I mean, it's just very painful. You can see Merc Threads as well completed for whole of the top side of the map, and then they have the Lulu as well. So
Yeah.
this is just painful to watch.
Yeah, and now the Rift was used, but it does end up going down. They will be probably getting this tier 2, especially with these 6 grubs that have in the hand. The Ezreal just basically tickling the members of Kakao Gaming at this point. Does have the Trinity, does have half of the Baramoon for himself on 240 stacks. But Kakao Gaming just running rampant on objectives throughout everything. Have not even lost a single turret, but taken all 3 tier 1s for themselves and even a tier 2 in the bot side. And now the goal difference is also getting bigger and bigger. It's the 7k margin of difference between both these two teams in favor of Kakao Gaming. And this Nocturne pick on Copy is looking good, especially after those two, kind of faulty ults in the beginning. Now just running rampant with it and getting the nice engages for his team. The Atakan will be spawning in 20 seconds time, so that's where all the teams should be putting most of their focus.
Yeah, and it is going to come towards that top side of the map. So that's going to be very interesting. But again, I think in a 5v5 team fight, how do you match what Kakao Gaming have drafted for themselves? And now they have the lead as well. So I think it's just going to be a very one-sided affair uh, if Infamous do decide that they want to fight this. And for now, Kakao Gaming is not going to start the objective at all. So a lot of time wasted for the side of Crixus, Dragoon. Well, the whole of Infamous right there, as the flash comes in onto the Lulu, who is going to go down. The Nocturne ultimate comes in. Great ultimate from Dead Corporal. Dragoon is going to use his ultimate, put Dead Corporal to sleep, who might end up going down as well. The Oriana is here. That's a great engage. And somehow Infamous have won a team fight right here.
Yeah, I think it's majority because they got Stylus out before that fight even just kind of it broke out. They used a lot on him. The flash ultimate from the Sejuani does neutralize that Enchanter there on the side of Kakao Gaming, and then Dead Corporal.
Argus is taking a lot of damage.
Argus is very, very low right now. It's not even come in range to maybe smite this. Copy is up there, and no, it is taken by Termi instead. Copy is trying to go forward, but he gets burned down
Love to might go down as well.
But now look at this, they have the Guardian Angels. They don't mind fighting essentially here on the side of Infamous.
Yeah.
They can completely go for it and use it much to the advantage. And their love to does go down. Drake is also spawned at the same time. We do have a Chem Tech map on the horizon. It's up to which team does go for it. But against all odds, Infamous do win the team fight, and they also get the Anakan. Even though Arcus was so low, Turby does end up securing it for his team. It's just a bit of a miss fight from both the junglers there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really clutch engage from the side of Argus. Somehow getting the Lulu of all the people, just finishing her off as soon as the fight started. I think that was the biggest factor in that team fight. And there you go, Infamous mounting a comeback now, only 3,000 gold behind. They were almost 8,000 gold behind not even 2 minutes ago. So that's really well played for them. They will pick up the dragon as well. They will not give up the top turret. So in really commendable effort from the side of Infamous to start that fight and making the most of it. Now they do have one, get out of jail for free card right here with the Atakan buff on for themselves, so they can afford to fight once more and not lose anything of it. So let's see if that's going to happen. But that was really well played from the side of Infamous, and they are showing why that game one was not a fluke after all. Madness.
Absolutely, I have to eat my words, especially after a play like that. Very well played by the members of Infamous, and I really want to see them go for more fights while they still have the Arakan Guardian Angel for themselves. The Ezreal gets caught off guard. The Nocturne does go in, but they're using a lot
But
to just
he
maybe get
is
a
just
Guardian
going to
Angel.
revive. Yeah.
Yeah, and he will go back
Sure,
as
sure,
flash
does not need to
forward.
burn his flash
Like,
as well, I think.
yeah, maybe yeah, it should not be actually. Even if it
Yeah,
goes down, I
just
don't
don't
think there's
for
much that KAKAO can get because Baron's
exactly.
not up. There is no Drake. What can they even get? Even if they manage, max they can get is your tier 2 in the mid lane. But I don't think a flash is worth burning for that because even then also you don't stop much of that play. Now Copy is
No,
trying to
you
get
just
away. Nice
directly
spell.
respawn, right? You respawn and you're a Janna, so you can just run out of the map
True.
very fast with the home guard as well. So I think that was a misplay. I think that's because it's such a new thing, the Atakan buff, where you don't end up dying. So I think players are still getting used to it. But yeah, I mean, again, they burned so much to get Crixus right there, and he just respawns in 2 seconds, and nothing lost for his um, death right there. Only 100 gold, so I think that's pretty fine. You're essentially a cannon minion when you have that buff for yourself. I think that's a great trade for him.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Now, Baron will also be coming up very shortly in 40 seconds time, so that's where teams will be averting their eyes to. Now, you want to see a bit of the vision battle. Now, you can see Stylizard is walking up, gets one ward over there. We'll be putting one in the Baron pit, one behind it. Dead Corporal is a very beefy boy as well. 313 is looking very, very strong. Even has one item upgraded for himself, which will be the Jack Shaw's Protein. And now you can see because of the feats of strength, they do have the option of getting tier 3 boots on the side of KAKAO Gaming. Not opting just about yet. The Vayne has the Rage Blade, has the Blade of the Ruin King. Looks like to be making the Wits End very shortly as well. So we'll also be having that added tenacity in the fights. The Ezreal is also still deathless in this fight. He is a bit up in CS
Yeah.
compared to the Vayne, but yeah, he does have the Mana Moon completed, does have Trinity Force, has the Ionian Boots. It's going to be up to how he fights it off over there. And last time they just burnt a lot to get basically his Guardian Angel, so they will not have that flash that Copy does want for this coming up fight, and they're going to have to buy their time and maybe allow some of these cooldowns to actually reset if they want to go for the engages that they are thinking about.
Yeah, and the third items that are going to come in for the side of Infamous, I think that those are going to be really important, as you can already see. Another Haunting guy is picked up for the side of Dragoon, who will be making the Rift Maker, I believe. And especially on the Ezreal, if he can get the Serildars completed on time for the next team fight that's going to follow, I think he will be in a really great place, and he could be the one to kill the On. But for now, I think they just have to ignore the On and kill everyone else. As you can already see, Negatron Cloak picked up for the side of Love too, so he will be making his own Jack Show as well, which will be the third item for him. Liandry is done for the side of Termi on the Syndra. It looks like he is going for the Zonia's third item in this one, just trying to survive the onslaught that comes out from the Nocturne ultimate. So the items have started to come in, and as you can see, I mean, Last Whisper just picked up for the side of Crixus as well, so he is going to hurt quite a lot. And now it really depends on how the team fights go, and if it's anything like the previous one that we saw, where the snap engage onto Stylus art from the side of Argus, then it might be a long night for the side of KKG.
Yeah, it does look like that, especially after that Adakan fight where it just kind of turned around. Now the goal difference still around the 4K mark is not looking the best, but look at Dead Corporal. He's just beating away at this turret like it's his property. He's just going to be getting this tier 2 in the top side. Well, the Drake is being started up by Infamous right now. If they get this, they will be on Chemtech Soul Point. So this is what they're looking for themselves. And now pings are coming out, but I don't see KAKAO Gaming that well moving forward. They will be giving it up while Orn has pushed in the top side way for himself. The Baron has spawned and it will be one of the objectives that both of these teams will be fighting for. And also a bit of the resets from the side of Infamous. This Sejuani's gone back top side to catch the wave there. Savage is pushing bot, trying to get as much farm as he wants. Now Dragoon has fallen significantly behind Copy after Copy even steals some of his camps on the bot side of the map. So that will be another talking point of this game. Copy will be trying to pick up the blue buff, gets that for him, and now you're gonna get the Grom. and you see most members are on the top side of the map. The Syndra's bot, because she has the TP, she can come in anytime that she does feel like. Salazar is trying to clear a bit of vision while the Ezreal is managing the wave mid. Nice ward there behind the Baron pit. Will provide a lot of vision for the upcoming fights, and it's all about who gets this Baron next.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's what it's going to come down to, since both of the teams have decided to take it a bit slower. Again, upgraded items have started to come in from the side of Odd. You can see the Seraph's Embrace has been upgraded for the side of Savage right there. Has the upgraded Merc Threads as well for himself. So he is looking really solid for the next team fight. Um, Seeker's arm guard picked up for the side of Termi as well. So now he is fine. If he gets hit by the Nocturne ultimate, he can use the Zonia and just deny the whole engage. So he will be playing a bit aggressive. Now I think they're just waiting for Dragoon to get his third item, the Rift Maker, completed as soon as possible before they start team fighting, as Dead Corporal finds a pig in the brush, but he's just going to run away from it. And again, not too much happening on the map. The vision being denied for both the sides right here. So I think the supports are going to look to recall and refresh those wards, as Termi is going to push out the top lane. Both the sides are contesting for mid vision and the mid lane priority right there. Yeah, just a very, very slow game too.
Yeah, absolutely pretty slow right now. Kobe's not even worried about that a Baron fight could break out at any moment. He's on the bot side of the map, and I think Infamous are recognizing this quite a bit, because look at the members. They're surrounding this Baron. They're trying to clear as much vision as they can for themselves. Dead Corporal's getting caught out a bit over here. Will dash away to safety. He is pretty very tanky boy, even after all
He's
that
so
damage, not even
tanky.
below 70 HP for himself. And now you can see that Copy is also nearby. They're trying to jump onto some members. The ultimate channeled in from Dead Corporal. There's the ultimate. There goes in Copy. And but it's not enough damage. It's just not enough damage. Now the ultimate from the Janna is enough to delay the members of KAKAO Gaming from going any much further. You can see Love to Hatch channel his ultimate trying to get in, but at the end of the day, ultimates have been burned, but neither team suffers any casualties.
Yeah, and they're going to start Baron, which is a very interesting call. I do not think they should be looking to take down that objective. As you can see, they are all uh, less than 50% HP. So, and Savage is really mispositioned right now. I'm not sure what he's trying to do up there. Sejuani is going to come in. Termi has the Zonia. He's going to be fine. Flashes away. Argus was there as well to attack the Orianna, who just flashed away as well, as Argus flashes into stun Dead Corporal, who's going to be fine. Another flash burn from the side of Dragoon to finish off Dead Corporal, who's going to survive again, as Suo is running for his life. And finally, we might have one death coming in. We do. Never mind, that's two, as Dead Corporal goes down to that Ezreal as well. And I think that's a trade Infamous will take all day of the week. And just a
Yeah,
lot of
support
flashes
for a
burn.
top.
Yeah,
Support
I
for
mean, look at
top,
the amount
bunch
of
of flashes burned, just a
Yeah.
lot just going in Famous's favor over there. They're even going to get some more of their camps. They're going to get the thread buff up, and they'll be looking strong. Now the Drake is also coming up. That's also a very priority, because Infamous are on Soul Point. If they get this, they will have Chemtech Soul to their name. So this is where the actual next fight will be breaking out. They've delayed the Baron so long. It's coming up to this Drake fight, and whoever wins this will have a significant lead for themselves, given that they will have most of their members up. Salazar's trying to clear as much vision for himself. The Nocturne's gone in pretty deep. Is maybe going to try and camp out one of these bushes, but instead uses the blast plant over so that the side of Infamous cannot use it. Later, the TP coming in from Dead Corporal on the bot side of the map, as you can see. But look at the pings from Infamous. They're trying to go for the Baron instead over here, Kaka.
I think that's a great call from the side of Infamous. Just start off that Baron, but never mind. KAKAO Gaming are going to leave the dragon alone, and they might just look for a fight right here. Uh, okay, nothing doing. They're just going to decide to push mid lane instead. I think Infamous are not being decisive right here as to what they should be doing, and they might just get collapsed from the side of KAKAO Gaming, as the Vayne is taking the dragon alone. The Baron is below 50% HP now. but
Oh, but they've left
Skirmishes
alone
got
the
got.
Syndra. Syndra has been left completely alone. They've neutralized the numbers. Now it's a 4v4. The Baron does get picked up, but maybe it's a bit too late. The ultimate completely whiffs over there on the side of Argus. And look who's here. It's Love to, after getting his Drake, is here for the fight, completely unscathed, and will be looking to put in the DPS for himself. There goes down the Janna as well, and now it's a solo. Ezreal
I
is
think
left
that's
to his
game.
own Decisive, and I think this, honestly, this could be game. Look, the order is already pushing in the wave in the mid side. Copies there to follow suit. I think we're heading to a game 3 over here, as Kaka did rightfully point out. So, and it looks like KAKAO Gaming are here to play, and they're just not about ready to go to the lower bracket. They're here to fight for their spot in the upper bracket final instead.
Yeah, I mean, it ends off one team fight, and I think Infamous just being very undecisive, uh, not sure what they were trying to do there. You know, having two minds about fighting, and then Termi gets caught on to the other side of the map by the Nocturne, goes down, and that's going to be game 2 for the side of KAKAO Gaming as they tie the series 1-1. And yeah, you're right, we are going to the game 3.
Yeah, we will be going to this game 3. Just before that, let's just take a look at how we even reached this point. Well played from the boys from KAKAO Gaming to turn it around, especially after a bit of that disaster fight near the Arakan, where it did look like now it's going in favor of Infamous. But Infamous did try to go for a good macro call of going for Baron when the side of KAKAO Gaming thought they would be going for Drake. They stall it out enough. They catch Termi off guard. They take Termi down, and the Vayne takes away the Drake for himself and comes into the fight just in time to pick up some of those cleanup kills as well. And it just went all downhill for the side of Infamous at that point, and now they have to look to make their stand in game 3 instead.
Yeah, and let's see what they have prepared for themselves, because this game 2 was there for the taking as well for the side of Infamous. But just how the early game went for the side of Dead Corporal, getting those solo kills, getting so much ahead that he could be so beefy that he would just not die in any of these team fights, and it required a miracle engage from the side of Argus for the side of Infamous to come back, as we will see in the upcoming Nexus moments, knockout moments rather. And yeah, I mean, this is a story of a top lane, right? Dead Corporal getting that first blood for himself after burning Argus's flash, got 2 solo kills for himself. Savage here, I mean, caught wandering, not sure what he was trying to do. So Infamous had their moments as well, and this is, I think, the second solo kill right here. The on-horn comes and finishes off the Sejuani once again. I think that was the story of the game, and it was a pretty painful watch as well for the side of Argus, especially just not finding his feet in this game except for one engage. This was a really beautiful engage from the side of Copy, who did not have his ultimate available, but flashes and enables the Orianna to ultimate the Syndra and the Lilia right there. It was a great setup. And yeah, game 2 for the side of KKG.
Yeah, just well played. Copy played also pretty phenomenally on this Nocturne after burning those 2 also. This is a nice engage that did come over here on this side. It's not the way you want it, but he still gets the kill at the end of the thing, because that's how much damage the Nocturne was dealing over there. Now, Infamous did target a lot of these Drakes. They did pick it up, and even at the cost of, Dragoon going down. But at the end of the day, they couldn't get to the soul Drake for themselves. Here is where we thought Infamous had it for themselves in the back. Nice ultimate, nice flash forward by the Sejuani. Locks down the support of KKG before anything can go down. Now Dragoon is, Dead Corporal is left completely alone. He goes down. They pick up the other gun for themselves. They did not use it to the utmost that you could be using the buff that they had, but yeah, they did burn a lot of crucial, ultimates and flashes from KAKAO Gaming later on when they chase the members of Infamous. Here, they don't even mind fighting, because they know if they go down, they just, respawn directly back in base, no problem whatsoever. But over here, Shuv was just left alone. He goes down, but then the top of KAKAO goes down. So you thought it was a good exchange for, the side of Infamous, but here this fight is a lot to take in. Just member after member going down. Infamous gets the Baron fair enough, but at what cost? It's the cost of all of the 5 members of their team, and it opens up the path for KAKAO Gaming to straight away march us into this game 3.
Yeah, as you rightly said, and that is going to be really interesting to watch, as well as to who comes out and faces Asterisk in that upper bracket final, which will be coming in a few days' time as well. And really hoping Infamous picks up, and they have cooked up some other drafts as well. The Sejuani top unfortunately did not work out for them. But that's the beauty of Fearless Draft. Now you can't give it a second try. You have to pick something else for yourself. And let's see what Argus has prepared for himself. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty interesting game to watch. Could have gone either way, but KAKAO Gaming surely did look the better team in that game too, and did win. And yeah, just waiting for that game 3 now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just nice engages also from them. Later on here, you can see this just the replay of the copy just going in. This is where KAKAO Gaming does get the advantage for themselves. And they continued going for it. Infamous did have their moments in this matchup, but it's just not enough to secure the 2-0 victory of this series. And now they have to battle it out after this has gone 1-1 to that game 3. So I really want to see what Infamous does pull out. And Argus will be maybe looking for a bit of revenge against DC Dead Corporal, given that DC did dominate so much of that matchup in the top side. Once he saw that this was a Sejuani pick, he did not show any mercy at all. And he has been stopped from doing a lot of his own ultimates today, especially with the nice scatter of the wind over there. But just before we head into anything further, we'll look a bit at the scoreboard, at the stats, and what this matchup looked like on paper. It was 1:1 now as well. The series is 14 kills to 7, so maybe a bit lackluster in the kills department, given it was a 34-minute game, and the goal difference still at around 9k in the favor of KAKAO Gaming. Almost like the first game, just in the opposite direction. They did manage to get 10 towers, while Infamous only got 1. Infamous was just one off that Drake, and that's a lot to be said. That you couldn't get that at the end of the day. So Elder Dragon was not even coming up because no soul was picked up. They get that Baron, but it cost them their life. Void Grubs picked up by KAKAO Gaming. They even had the Feats of Strength. The Undercon, after that nice play from Infamous, was picked up by them. They get 22 bloody petals for their name, while KAKAO Gaming only get 18. So that's how it just looked over there. So it was still honestly anyone's game, but just the last few fights was just a lot of what decided for KAKAO Gaming over there.
Yeah, 100%. And let's look at the MVP as well for game 2, and I don't think it should be a surprise for anyone. Dead Corporal, if you get 2 solo kills and then you're so good in the team fights as well, I think it's quite deserving. I think you could have given it to Copy as well. He performed really well on the Nocturne, even after having an unfortunate start to the game by just not getting a lot of kills or assists through his ultimates, 2 of them rather. So could have been him as well, but Dead Corporal, I think rightly so, getting those solo kills, setting his team up, and just we should show a graph as well where it shows damage taken, and then we'll see what Beyond really did in this game. But congratulations to him, game 2 MVP. Really well played.
Yeah, and rightfully so. This man was a frontline and a lot of their damage as well, given the early parts of the fights. So well played from DC. He's back up into the top role while Copy's taking over the jungle. This is where the chemistry is finally settling in quite a bit for them, because Copy did really well on the Nocturne after a couple of those misstep ults, but he had a couple of very good engages that came out from this man, plus with that Oriana combo. But unfortunately, they can't run it anymore given how the Fearless Draft is. So let's see what they have as for the answers in game 3. But just before that, guys, we will be taking a very short break before we join up in this highly anticipated matchup.
To me, insanity. What you doing is insanity. What you doing is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. But it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed. With my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you want to. Adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne. But I still love what you do to me. Inside, it's insanity. What you do to me. How you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me. How you watch me bleed. But it's perfect for me.
From the broken in the fire, through the ashes we will climb. The dust will settle, we will not. All together we will rise. Out from the shadows into the light. All together it's our time. We will rise. We will rise. We will rise.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash, alongside with Riot Games. We are at our second series of the day. It is a best of three, the upper bracket semi-final 2, and it has gone all the way to game 3. So this is a very exciting matchup between Infamous 2.0 and KAKAO Gaming. Infamous won the first game, KAKAO won second, and now we're at the ultimate third game between both these teams. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka, and oh boy, it's been a bit spicy both ways right over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. That game too was painful to watch, as I have said many times, because Dead Corporal got so ahead on the on, and when the tank gets the lead, it's just you would like to hate watch that, honestly. But yeah, it's been quite competitive. Game 1 was picked up from the side of Infamous on the back of the Viego, piloted by Dragoon, but unfortunately he can't play that champion anymore because of Fearless Draft. But luckily for the side of Infamous, the On can't come in anymore for the side of Dead Corporal, so he will have to play some other tank or some other carry champion, which actually he might prefer, honestly. As we jump into the champ select, let's see what comes in now, and I think this is going to be so defining, because I do think Kakao Gaming got the better end of the draft in that game too, for sure. As the Wukong is going to be left on the deck there, don't want any of those monkey shenanigans from the side of Copy. The Shen again banned in game 3 as well. The Ari gets banned. Termi of course can't play it himself in this game because he picked it up in game number 1. The Nocturne is going to get banned again. Copy can't play that champion, so he has to ban that. The Kled again, customary whenever Copy is on the rift, so that's going to get banned as well. And the Victor is going to get banned from the side of Kakao Gaming. So very interesting. A lot of champions are still left open. Let's see what Infamous decide to pick for themselves.
Yeah, and this first pick is gonna speak a lot, and it's gonna be the
And there you go.
Lulu login for this side of Infamous. Does open up a lot of avenues with, you know, the kind of ADC you play. You have the Jinx, you have a lot. You don't have the Vayne anymore because that's out of the picture. No, wait, sorry, the Vayne is still in the picture because Love 2 is the one who played it last time. So it depends how they want to go for that. The MF lock in with Kakao Gaming, they will be playing that as the ADC. We like to see a nice hard, you know, CC kind of engaged support alongside with it that can cause a lot of MFRs to hit the mark, and that's what Infamous will be looking out for. And that's
Yeah, the
exactly
Rel.
what you get in with the Rel that's coming in the hands of Stylist there, and instantly answered back with the Xinjiao pickup from the side of Dragoon. He's been pretty good on this champion, and it has worked out a lot. Just maybe not in game 1 series today, but let's see if Dragoon can turn the fortunes around for this champion. It's all left up to see what Infamous pick up as their third pick.
Yeah, 100%. And this could be the ADC. There you go. The Jinx is going to get locked in. So the Jinx Lulu, of course, we have seen it so many times in the past tournaments how obnoxious it can be once the Jinx gets a reset. So the bot lane and junglers have been logged for the side. Well, for both the sides right here. The On is going to get banned. That Corporal cannot play that champion anymore. Oh, just speaking about the J4 as well, really good against the Jinx, but again, if he ends up dying in the Cataclysm, the Jinx can just run riot. So with the Jinx, of course, you are on sort of a timer. Once she gets like 3-4 items, it's going to be really hard to navigate team fights, as the Camille is going to get banned from the side of Infamous. Don't want to play against Dead Corporal's Camille. He is very, very good on that champion. The Galio is going to get banned against Termi. I really like that ban. I think that could have been the big pick coming in for the side of Termi as well, since they already have so much damage, and it really goes well with the Xinjiao in the mid lane. Now the Syndra is going to get banned for the side of Kakao Gaming, and they do have the Akali left open if Savage decides to play that for himself. But against the Lulu, I think it's just very risky. But if Kakao Gaming is known for one thing, it's their risk taking and their wonky draft. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, they have usually not gone the way you want. Now the Cassante, however, now Dead Corporal's going to have another nice tank kind of damage on his side with the Cassante in his hands.
Get
Now it's
logged
up
in
to
as well.
see. It gets locked in completely right there, and it's up to what Infamous want to choose back to answer. Now they get their counter pick. They've seen what the top lane of Kakao will play and what do you play against it. Mars not bad in this situation. You have a lot of CC, but it's up to what Argus wants to play. His Sejuani last game did beg a lot to be, desired from that situation, but instead it's going to be Termi who gets his Lissandra for himself. We've seen this champion wreak havoc today, but it did not work that well with the Ash Brom combo in Series 1. Now let's see if Termi can change the fortunes of this champion instead. Now it's up to what top they will pick up over here. It looks like the set is what Argus is going to be taking into his hands. And now maybe a Azir hover, but no, now it's being changed to a Cass hover, and that is what gets locked in for Savage in the mid lane. So we have both the squads up over here. And which side are you preferring over here, Kaka?
I really think Infamous have gotten the better end of the draft in this one with the Jinx and Lulu. Lots of shields, lots of CC, lots of disengage as well, and then you have the set to top it off. Really good against the tanks as well. I know Savage loves to play the Cassiopeia, but I think this is a bad spot to pick up that champion since you are playing against so much range in the Jinx. So you might never be able to catch up to her, and if he doesn't run cleanse, I think it's going to be really painful for him to navigate around the mid lane as well, especially against the Zinjao and Lissandra, who can one-shot anyone if the Lissandra can just use her Frozen Tomb on any of the champions from the side of KAKAO Gaming, bar Cassante. So I really like what Infamous have drafted for themselves. It's really going to come down to how they execute their draft, but on
Absolutely.
paper, I think Infamous should be favored.
Yeah, honestly, if you see the draft with the Lulu, with the Zinjao, with the Lissandra, the Jinx, the set, it's just a lot that KAKAO Gaming have to be worried about in this. MF has to dodge a lot of things. The Rel will be providing some backup to Cassante. It's going to be, again, on the top side fights between the Cassante and the set who comes out on top from between them. Dead Corporal did have a very good showing last time. He got the MVP on the arm, but no longer that champion. Going to be the Cassante. I want to see Copy go for some early engages and maybe try to get the first blood for his team to get them accelerated on the path of the feats of strength. I want to see how Savage does against Lissandra in the mid lane, and then Love 2 and Stylizar have to do a nice wombo combo to maybe neutralize some of the less tankier members of Infamous so that you get a head start in the team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I mean, in team fights, it's really depends on how the engage is happening, right? But for the side of KAKAO Gaming, they do have some sort of they have a lot of engage from the Jarvan and Rel coming in, but the Lulu and Lissandra can just do so much in these team fights. I feel like if you get one kill and proc that Lissandra passive, it can turn the whole game around. So I think that could be the key points. Again, we have to watch how the laning phase goes though, because as we saw in game 2, Dead Corporal just dominating the top side of the map, getting that first blood objective for him, enabling his jungler to take the grubs as well with the lead that he had. I really don't think something like that should happen once again. And Infamous should just go even in the laning phase and then try to navigate the team fights where I think both of us believe they have the advantage.
Yeah, it's just going to be up to that. And I think given how I've seen these fights going on the top side, Arakan most likely will be spawning there, given how much they want to go for engages between both teams.
Yeah.
And as we said, this is all about the theory about how it goes down between the Rift, and what will end up being whoever becomes victorious will be heading up to the upper bracket final, and whoever loses, unfortunately, will be moving down to the lower brackets. So it's do or die for both of these teams. And now you have a Jinx and a Lulu. If you let the timer go on too long for the match, it is not going to be looking that well for KAKAO Gaming side. So it will be looking good for them. I don't know what can you do at the end of the day to stop something like this. You have to get those early advantages, gonna get the feats of strength and maybe accelerate it from that. But yes, last time even Infamous getting the Atakan was not enough for them to do much. It is one of the things that maybe can flip it is over the script, but it still wasn't enough. So they have to keep all of these things in mind before they move forward. And now they're well versed, they've warmed up their hands, very well done between both these squads. It's just up to seeing what they end up doing on the Rift.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, I think the early game is quite essential now, especially in this meta where you have feeds of strength coming in, right? We spoke about it earlier. You and Fireball spoke about it earlier as well in the first series. So I think early game really matters a lot. But I think it can still be played around, right? I mean, Infamous did get the Atakan for themselves, but really could not make too much of it. So unless there's like 24-25 kills, the same thing is going to happen where you get the small GS reset for yourself. But if the fights are not forced, then it's essentially useless to get anyway. So that I think is the most important thing. If Infamous can take something away from that game too, is they were very close to the soul point, so they had a really good objective control around the dragon side, and they had their bot doing really well. Both of them were
Yeah.
I believe deathless around 25-26 minutes as well, the Ezreal and Jana. So I think that could be the way to victory for the side of Infamous in this one.
Yeah, and that's what they should be looking for the path, especially now it's a Lulu and a Jinx instead. If they get ahead, it's going to be a whole lot for their side, but it's just about what goes down over here. I want to see copies Jarvan. That's something I'm looking out for, his J4 action that he will be going on. He was pretty good on the Nocturne, but now the J4 you can go for even more earlier ganks because you don't have to wait for your ultimate for a very kind of successful gang. You have the flag and drag, you can do a lot with that. In the top side between the Set and the Cassandra is going to be a bloody brawl to see how it goes down, and I think Argus is going to be looking back for like a bit of payback against what DC did to him in the last matchup, where he put him down twice early on in the game and he got his team accelerated that way.
Yeah, 100%. But I believe he shouldn't go out looking for revenge. I think if you are just, going even against the best player from the opposite team, I think that's a victory in itself. And then you just let your team do the work. Dragoon has been really good so far in both the games.
Absolutely.
And the bot lane as well of Crixus and Suvo have been doing really well again in both the games. So I think that's where they need to focus while the game still gets loaded. We will be jumping into the game very, very shortly again. It's quite late and we are all just waiting for the game to start. So we will be getting there. And, just to put you on the spot, Madness, since we might run out of things to talk about, who do you think takes this game and faces Asterisk in the upper bracket final?
See, honestly, I like a bit of the underdog story, so I'm going to be supporting a bit for Infamous over here because these people have made it the deepest I think they've made it in the tournament so far. KAKAO Gaming have been on this Apex before and fallen down to Asterisk, so I really want to see some other challenger against them, and maybe they get to test their metal instead. That being said, guys, we're jumping right into the game over here. The top side, Cassandra is just meeting Set over right now. He's getting put some damage. Zinjao is close by. Dragoon is trying to step forward. You have the dash from Dead Corporal to get away, but no, he just used it to push away much. He's going to recall with that 50% HP mark for himself and just try to walk by his head. He's going to come try and get a deep ward himself into the bush, maybe thinking better of it because Copy has not been spotted out so far. But that's all about the action that we do see early on. Stylist Art has got the sweeper in case anyone does put an early ward from the side of Infamous. Shuvo does get Fang to his backside for just stepping up a bit too forward towards Savage. And now we do get to see a Cassiopeia that was getting banned quite a lot in Series 1. So I'm very excited to see it in gameplay over here. Copy walks up to Argus over here. Argus pulls in over to Copy. Copy being forced to burn his flash so early on in the game. That could be detrimental to the time he goes for ganks. Now, but Argus is getting met by Dead Corporal on the way back into lane. He does miss a bit of his abilities. The Conqueror
As
does
this Conqueror is
get
tagged though, I think he might end up
I
winning
don't
this
think
one.
you want to go for that. But no, Dead Corporal is the one who gets the first blood and the feat of strength for his team. Already such an exciting start to the game over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%, but I think that's very risky what Dragoon is doing now. He is going to try and contest the Jarvan for that level 2 marker right there. He goes on to copy right there, but the Cassio is there. Cassio still level 1 though, and there you go, copy ends up going down to Termi. Yeah, I mean 2 kills for 1 first blood secured again from the side of Dead Corporal, but let's see what he loses for it. Meanwhile, Dragoon just doing really well right there, denies copy his first camp essentially, and level 2 as well, and burning his flash as well. So all in all, I think advantage in Famous, of course, 600 gold ahead right now, and a kill onto their mid laner and jungler as well.
Yeah, very important. They do get the kills, but unfortunately do not get the first blood. DC yet once again claiming that thing for himself, and now will be trying to fight against as much Argus. He did get a lot of Argus did get a lot of stats, so his Conqueror was just a bit away from actually getting the kill, but Dead Corporal just in the nick of time gets the clutch first blood onto him, so making it somehow kind of in their mind a kind of trade, kind of favorable. But yeah, this allows Copy. Copy is so slow in his clear right now. As you can see, the Zinjao is in the bot side of the map. He's
I mean,
not
he's
taking
looking
either
towards the
of the
top
buff.
side for a gank right here. Let's see if that
Yep.
works out. Argus is quite
And
tanky. He has the W available as well.
And there is no
I
flash
think Argus is
for
going to be. Oh.
Oh no, before even the W can get channeled off, the flag and drag is enough to secure the kill. The knockout prevents Argus from actually getting his W off, and also flash the set given the previous encounters that were done around the 2-minute mark. So nice pick up coming from Copy, even prevents Argus from channeling off his W. That might have even got him a double kill if it was timed correctly, but unfortunately no, it's Copy who gets a bit of his own payback for what was done to him, and now does pick up a kill, will be clearing some more of his camps. In the meantime, you can see that Dragoon is reaching his own red buff, will be claiming that. The bot side, the matchup is not stopping. Shuvo has gone so low, the ignite into the queue from the MF secures love to the first kill of the bot side, and it's not looking like a good start for the Jinx and the Lulu.
Yeah, I think that's a huge misplay from the side of Suvo, getting caught by the Rel. Q right there, removes the shield as well, of course, and stuns the target. The ignite comes in for good measures as Love 2 is able to finish that kill off, and yeah, great start for the bot lane of KAKAO Gaming, and I think they really needed that as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Termi getting zoned off pretty heavily from all these minions, the cannon minion as well. The Rel is here as well, so Termi might get into some trouble, is able to run away from the miasma coming in from the side of Savage, and barely survives right there, is going to burn his TP and come back to the lane. So not all is lost for him. Picks up the lost chapter actually, so that's a great recall right there as Argus pulls Dead Corporal in for a small trade, uses the W finally, and is just going to get out of there. Suo being annoying right there, cancels the recall of Savage. That is just so annoying.
He walks up nice and giggly, stops the recall, walks back away. So you'd be so pissed if you were Savage in that situation of what was just done to you. On the top side, DC has a bit of a seasonal tree to his name, and they're just battling it out currently. The bot side, after that kill that Shuvo did give over to Love 2, now it's looking like the side of the MF and Red are getting stronger, especially once they hit this level 6. They have a nice combo for themselves. GC does get a bit of hit, nice pullback from Argus onto him, just get jumped back, let's push back towards that turret. The W does get used by him, so it almost equalized the amount of trades that were done. But look who's walking towards the top side of the map. It's someone in the name of Copy, and he's pinging for the top side right now, but is thinking better of it and maybe trying to go for grubs. Instead, he started the grubs up, so they're going to have the advantage of that. They already do have one feet of strength in the term of the first blood, and now they're going to get the jump start onto one of the epic monsters that they need 3 of to get another feat of strength.
Yeah, and Dragoon just not having the best tempo right there to match what Copy is bringing to the table. Should be able to secure all 3 grubs for himself. Zinjao, as you can see, still towards that tier 1 mid turret, still finding his way towards the grubs, as we see another fight happening, but Dead Corporal might end up going down right here, and there you go. That's exactly what happens.
Even just a bit too deep, even ate a turret shot, and then just the set ultimate, just the RKO from down gets the kill onto Dead Corporal, and that's Argus taking a bit of payback for game 1 essentially over there. Dead Corporal is stacking as much armor as he can to try and deal with the damage that the set is currently dealing out against him. Just not what you want to see from DC at this point of the game, but at least 2 of 3 grubs were secured by KAKAO Gaming. But Dragoon's going in again on Style is Art, the flash forward, but the MF ult is going to do a lot of damage. Silencer is trying to go back in. I don't think you have enough there. He's going to flash right out. He survives with a slither of HP, but the Jinx rocket from down claims the Jinx, her first kill of the game. I think that ends the fights that were going down over here. Nice knockoff. Does prevent the W from hitting onto DC. So now Argus doesn't have that in his arsenal as the worst for wear of this trade. But it's just an excellent super mega death rocket coming in from the Jinx that did just a lot there. Does get the kill onto the Rel. and that's one more kill in the favor of the Jinx that has to accelerate as fast as possible for the side of Infamous to win this game.
Yeah, 100%. But the dragon again is going to get picked up from the side of KAKAO Gaming as they are looking towards the bot side for a gank themselves. Crixus does have his flash available should he need to use it. Copy very wisely uses his ultimate onto Shuvo. Crixus has to burn his flash regardless right there. But I think they will be, you know, they will be happy with that trade, honestly, as long as they don't end up dying. It's fine. And in the top side, Madness, Argus and Dead Corporal just have been at it since minute one. Well, not even earlier actually. They just keep punching each other to death right there. That's making up for a very interesting watch, as you know. Uh, they are not, playing it safe at all. It's not like
Yeah, they're definitely
yeah,
not. They're trying to go for as
they-
many punches to each
exactly.
other's face as they can. They're just answering punch for punch essentially over there. Termi clears out that control ward that was in that bush, and you can see Stylus are clearing some more wards on the top side of the map. So 2 of the 3 grubs going to KAKAO. Infamous gets 1, but KAKAO ends up picking up the Cloud Drake as well. Goal is pretty much even Stevens at this point. Dead Corporal trying to
Yeah.
freeze the wave as well as he can, try to balance it out. He's going in on to Argus over here. Argus does have his W up still. Does not manage to land the damage onto Dead Corporal, but look who's here to greet Copy in his own jungle. It's Dragoon, and he's got some backup in the form of Termi. The flash does go through before the ultimate, but look who gets caught out instead. It's Dragoon. He just face checks basically that Cassiopeia does turn to stone, then to the gray screen. The flash forward from Savage will be a bit overzealous, but hey, he's just trying to go for whatever he can. The Super Mega Death Rocket is coming in.
Oh my
oh my
God.
he gets copied. That's 2 for 2 in the terms of Super Mega Death Rockets for this Jinx. The flash forward by Argus over here does catch on to Dead Corporal. He doesn't have any mana. He doesn't have his flash currently yet up. But he just comes up in the nick of time, and he gets out of that fight. Oh my god, it's getting juicy and spicy up over here in game 3.
Oh,
They're
it's
not slowing
very
down.
spicy
Termi has
right
to
now.
get out over here. And they're just leaving it all out on the floor. No holds barred match going on between Infamous and KAKAO Gaming. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now. Savage is going to get locked down by Dragoon. That's Dragoon picking up his second kill of the game. Rel is trying to face the set as much as he can, but there's Shuvo is here to try and deter any of that. He does get pulled in, but Argus, you're taking quite a bit of turret shots. You won't have to try and get back out of there, because look who's here. It's Copy who's going to try and get one of these kills. The flag and drag into the ultimate onto Shuvo was just not enough to secure the kill, but Dead Corporal is here as well. But look at the TP coming in from Termi,
the
and
resets
who's
are
here to
going to
join
come
is the
in.
Jinx. And she's getting excited. She gets 1 kill. She gets 2 kills. I don't think you want to be here
Make
right
that a
now,
triple.
Kasani. That's a triple kill for the
Nah.
Jinx. First time getting a kill that did not require a rocket, and she makes it into a triple instead. And it's going to allow Infamous to even pick up 3 more grubs for themselves. Get 4 grubs, even get the added bonus buff as well.
Yeah, and that makes 5 kills for the Jinx, who has Yuntal completed. And she's going to go back, get the Berserker Greaves as well. So this Jinx is just so far ahead right now. And again, we are seeing a lot of action coming in. Unwarranted action, I must say, towards that top side of the map, where Copy uses his ultimate to catch the Lulu, who does not even die. And yeah, that's just disaster for the side of KAKAO Gaming, as this Jinx is loving her life after 2 beautiful super mega death rocket kills and then a triple kill for herself. I mean, life's good for the Jinx.
Yeah, she's enjoying quite a bit. Savage is pulled in here by Argus. Silasar's trying to go for it inside the ultimate, just not enough.
Oh,
But
the
there
NFR
comes
is
Love
there
with
as
his
well.
own ultimate. Does rain it down, gets a second kill for himself. So while the Jinx on 5, Love 2's on 2 kills, but is ahead in CS by around the 12-13 CS mark for himself. The Drake will be coming up in 20 seconds time. I think the duo of Stylizar and Savage want to get out of here, maybe get some resets up for the Drake fight that will be starting off very, very shortly, given how these teams are fighting it out. Love 2 and Jinx are in the middle lane battling it out against each other. The TP just used by Arca's top side, so he won't have a TP for the fight if a fight does break out at Dragon, while Dead Corporal still has his own TP in his pocket. So that advantage might be playing into the favor of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. I think Argus just needs to calm down a bit and not take any fight that he can, get his fists into, because you have a really fed Jinx. The Lissandra is not doing too bad for herself as well. So it's just about protecting them, getting the reset in for either of those champions, the Jinx and the Lissandra. As Savage gets caught, does not have his ultimate actually. But the Rel is there and the Zen Zhao takes a lot of damage. Termi ults himself, has to flash out, but Dead Corporal, as you mentioned earlier, has the TP. So he shows up first. Love to getting the shutdown for himself. The Lulu ult comes in to save the Jinx, and oh my god, way too aggressive from the side of Dragoon and Termi right there, and they pay for it. And how 3 kills to nothing, they lose the dragon as well. Yeah, that was
This is
really uncalled for.
yeah. This is just a bit of a throw from the side of Infamous 2.0, if I must say so myself. They lose 3 kills, they lose the Drake, and in the meantime, the only saving grace was Argus pushing it up in the top side. Does get the wave pushed in pretty deep, but that's just a lot that you have lost. Especially that Argus didn't have the TP. You have to be very mindful of that before going for any kind of these engages. Turby does get out, does flash, but there's Dead Corporal after his TP to meet up with him. So there's nowhere that Lissandra can actually go, and it's just a flash burn for nothing essentially at that point. So these kind of small like mistakes coming in from Infamous is just not what you want to see at this stage of the series, at this stage of the game, and could lead to their downfall essentially.
Yeah, 100%. But again, they still have that Fed Jinx as the late game assurance for themselves. They just have to, uh, not fall too far behind. Currently, they are only 1000 gold behind, not even. So I think that's pretty fine. Just need to calm down a little on this side of Argus and Dragoon. You can't be taking every engage, uh, every skill shot that you hit. You don't need to follow it up, especially when there's a numbers disadvantage, right? So just pick these fights very carefully, and it should not be that big of a problem, as Argus is actually ahead in levels when it comes to matching his opponent right there. Dead Corporal only level 10
Yep.
right now. Same is true for the mid lane as well. Termi level 10 to Savage being level 11 right there. Big wave coming in for Termi, though. He's going to pick that up. Has the Blackfire Torch completed, so he's going to deal a lot of damage. Just needs to get the correct
Oh,
target
the
as
flag and drop
copies.
was interrupted. Copy
Exactly.
could not get out of that situation. That Super Mech and Death Rocket does
Oh,
land, but
beautiful
not too
chompers.
much. But nice chompers into Stylizard. Stylizard is pretty much left alone.
Oh,
The
Termi's
MF
here, though.
ultimate is going a bit wide. But look at who's here. It's Savage as well alongside Termi. Jinx is trying to run away for her life, but Savage is flashing forward. He doesn't want Shuvo to get out of it at least, and Shuvo will go down. That's a double kill for Savage at the end of the day. So that's a 2-for-3 exchange in the favor of Kakao Gaming, and they will be loving life just a little bit more than Infamous at that point. This might even let Love to pick up the tier 1 turret in the mid side as well.
Yeah, and what looked like a great engage for the side of Infamous again gets punished heavily. uh, Kakao Gaming just coming in clutch, and a great ultimate from Love to just zoning and damaging so many champions from the side of Infamous. The Rift Herald has been started. The Lissandra has TP towards the top side of the map, does not have her ultimate completed as she went for the Blackfire Torch instead of the Malignance, which I would have made myself, but that's different. Uh, yeah, but they deny the Rift Herald take right there. So I think that's a victory for them. Lissandra going towards that top side of the map is going to push that in. Dragoon picks up the blue buff for himself, as Dead Corporal is still around mid side of the map. So that should open Argus with a few, with some sort of opportunity to deal a lot of damage to the turret. But never mind, he's going to decide to back off and reset as well. And again, we have gone into a lull state where not a lot of action is happening, but give it a minute or two. Honestly, the dragon will come in, the attacker will come in as well, and yeah, that will be uh, a lot of
Yeah,
action.
yeah, and neither team has two of the three feats of strength right now because neither of them have the upgraded, tier two boots for each side. So the next big jungle objective is what you're going to be looking for because I think it's 1-1 in terms of feat of strength. Given that Dead Corporal got the first skill, I think Infamous got their first turret. So I think that is what you have to also be looking out for. They got that turret in the top side, mind you, when all that fighting was happening in the bot side when Argus didn't have his TP, so they mashed it out that way. Now Kakao Gaming get one tier, one turret in the mid side. Now Chubo's a bit caught out. There's not much places you can go as a Lulu at that point. You're going to use the blast cone to jump over and try to get to the rest of your team, but there goes the Jarvan pretty aggressive in with his ultimate. Has to flag and drag out of it. The TP coming into the flag at the end of the day, and now it looks like Kakao Gaming really want this Rift Herald. I think if they get it, they're gonna get the feat of strength because they already have two Drakes to their name. So this would make it the third epic monster that they get, and that's exactly what they want to do. So that's why they were being so aggressive because this is what they had to fight for. And as soon as they get that, they have those upgraded, steel caps that you can see for the members on the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, but how useless is feats of strength on Cassiopeia, right? She does not even buy boots, so you don't get any advantage at all when you draft that champion. And so, yeah, I mean, not all is lost for them, right? They pick up the tier 1 turret in the bot side of the map, they get the dragon as well. So, uh, I think that's still fine. I mean, they haven't lost too much there. Of course, Cassiopeia cannot build a boot for herself, so that is some sort of victory right there. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they at least finally Infamous pick up their first Drake of the game, delaying when the Soul Point will be getting up into the match. Over here, you can see that Argus did get hit a bit by Rel, but that's almost negligible at the point it was stunned up. Dragoon will be picking up the red buff for himself and any other of his members that want to pick it up. I think the Jinx is walking there to pick it up from that side and maybe pick up the wave at the bot side. And nothing, not much in terms of jungle objectives, except for the Adakan that has spawned in the top side where I thought most of the brawls will end up happening and which did end up happening. So that's where the focus should be. You can see the Cassiopeia is just really going away at the bot side because she does have TP. She needs to come in for any of these fights, while the rest of her team, the rest of the members of the entire game are on the top, more on the top side of the map. Jinx is picking up the mid wave, while you can see the Rel is trying to get as much vision for himself. They're gonna get the scuttle, so that's added vision bonus for them. They're gonna even remove the pink ward that Infamous had over here. So the Infamous lacking a bit in the vision department towards the middle side of the top side river.
Yeah, 100%. I think Infamous have a few pending items coming in. The second item for the Zincha, for the set, more importantly for the Jinx as well. The IE is going to come in soon as well. So that should be the sort of spike that they are looking for pretty soon. And just wait out, farm it out, get those items. It looks like the Jinx has the IE completed. Never mind, she does not, picks up the Cloak of Agility instead. So she's really behind the curve. I want to say 21 minutes, only 150 CS for herself. Even in the mid lane, only 140 CS for Termi. So the CS numbers really letting both the brothers down right there, and you know, being very essential in them not completing their items.
Yeah, and that's after the Jinx had such a head start to the game, right? She was 5-0-2 while the Misfortune herself was I think one kill at the max for her. And now she's also matching in 5-0-1 scoreline, plus she is up in CS quite a bit compared to the Jinx. So this is not where you wanted the Jinx to be given how her game was going out. Truvo has been getting caught out a bit, but has always has his team as backup. You can see the Dragoons trying to go for as many engages as he does want to. We have a very slight pause in the game, ladies and gentlemen, before we head right back into it, but it gives us a breather. We're seeing way more kills in this game compared to the last game. At least Kakao Gaming have a pretty good goal lead as well, almost at the 2.5k goal for them. They have two Drakes, the Cloud and the Hextech, to just that Infernal of side of Infamous. So I just want to honestly see what Kakao Gaming can do with this slight edge that they do have right now. Savage has landed one good ult onto Dragoon when he did jump in, chasing Copy away from his own jungle. And looks like the Rift Herald has been summoned as a distraction, essentially. And Arcus is keeping a very short range. Maybe they think that the fight is breaking out very fast. Because look at this, the Rift has been being just almost instantly neutralized by the Jinx. So not much of a distraction as Kakao Gaming thought that it would provide, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was just a waste of a Rift Herald right there. Just not getting anything of it. Uh, Jinx is able to just kill that off as soon as it spawned. Very weird decision. Maybe they thought the whole of Infamous would go and try deny the Rift Herald hit, but nothing of that sort happened as Infinity Edges finally picked up from the side of Crixus. So now he is going to be very strong in these team fights. You can see Savage as well. Three completed items to only one of Termi. Like, there's a huge gap in the mid lane in terms of items right there. And if Savage is able to survive these fights, I think he is going to wreak havoc. So Termi really needs to shut that snake down in the mid lane with his frozen tomb and really hope that his team can follow up on the engage.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to go for something of that sort. Otherwise, it's just not going to pan out. Because Savage is very far ahead. Even has the Dark Seal with 9 stacks to his name. And look at this amount of vision that is being cleared right now by Kakao. But they missed that crucial pink ward that there was there in that bush. They might be looking to start a fight around Atakan and are trying to bait Infamous to come in over here. Dragoon's trying to march forward, but I don't think you're going to catch much. Jarvan is just hanging there at the back of the Baron Pit, just like chilling, like, yo, bro, if you come over, I just flag and drag out of here. Not much can be done, but instead, we're just going to re-engage onto you instead, Dragoon. Dragoon's trying to run away from the fight. The Lulu ultimate does buy him some time, but matched by the Rel ultimate is just not enough. Copy has gone down very dangerously low, and I think might be the first target, but no, Savage is there as backup. It's Dragoon that goes down instead in that fight, while the mid laner of Infamous and the top laner of Kakao are just battling it out on the bot side of the map. And now Atakan has been started up, but I don't think it can be completed given the HP bars on the side of Kakao Gaming. And the TP is already coming in by the Lissandra. It was trying to be cancelled out by Argus, but by Dead Corporal, but instead Dead Corporal is going to match it with his own TP, and TPs have been burned. So the Atakan has still not been picked up.
Oh, they're going to start it, but I think that's very risky since Copy is not at full HP. Stylus Art is pretty low as well. If Termi can find that Jarvan in the backline and get the reset, as Dead Corporal has jumped in 1v3, he's going to go down. And that's going to be the reset for the Jinx as well right there.
Oh, but
the
look at
Atakan
most
was
of the black
picked up.
petals also. Most of the blood petals will even be picked up at the side of Infamous. Dead Corporal tried to sacrifice himself so that his side can get the other gun. But what are your thoughts about that being worth it?
I am not too sure why he would try to fight that 3 versus 1. The Jinx is clearly so far ahead that she has the damage to kill anyone who comes in front of her, and that's exactly what happened. Now, the second Infernal Dragon will be picked up for the side of Infamous, and 2 more, and they will have the soul as well. Again, the Jinx got a really big kill, has a lot of farm, has a lot of gold as well for herself, and once she gets that third item, the Mortal Reminder, or whatever she decides to make the Last Whisper item, I think she's going to be just too much for the side of Kakao Gaming. As we just saw, right, Stylus Art was getting chunked so hard by Crixus in that team fight as well.
Yeah, now Dragoon is trying to run away from this very deadly snake right now. Even one fang does so much damage. Plus the Rylai's with that slow. And most of the members of Kakao Gaming are on the bot side of this map. Argus is trying to walk up onto Savage, pulls him back with the ultimate. Now that's a very lonely snake, and the shutdown goal essentially goes over to the jungler, onto Dragoon, and that's a nice pickup for themselves. With a nice play coming in from Argus with the pullback into just the reverse ultimate into the turret. Not many places or outplays that Savage can make, especially with his flash burnt out.
Yeah.
Baron is currently up. Argus does have his TP, so he's currently just going to split push in the bot side of the map. and it's gonna wait for maybe Savage to come up to try and match him because the other members of Kakao Gaming have to stay here because Dead Corporal doesn't have TP, so he can't be the one who goes to actually go match for it.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw right there, Savage got caught with his pants down right there. Uh, just slammed into that tier 2 turret, loses his shutdown bounty to Dragoon, who has completed his Sundered Sky. Now they are trying to gain some vision around this Baron. Again, we have a very, very close game, 26 minutes, only 2000 gold separating these sides. But I think Infamous will take that. I think they will be fine being 1 or 2k behind as long as their Jinx gets to scale. Has picked up the Zeal as well for herself. So looking to complete the maybe the Runan's Hurricane or something like that for herself, and that will be the power spike. But on the other side, Love 2 has 3 items completed on the MF: the Mortal Remind, the Collector, Ghost Blade as well completed for good measure. So that's a really, really scary MF ultimate as well for team fight that he has readied up.
Yeah, he is got a lot of lethality on his side. Dead Corporal is fighting against Argus over here. Mind you, DC doesn't have his TP in case he does want to come for the fight. I don't know if Infamous have kept that in mind. Just a bit of exchange of attacks there on the top side of the map, but nothing essentially coming off it except maybe, the top tier 1 going down to the hands of Savage. Savage is putting a lot of pressure onto that turret, and eventually it does go down. So another turret advantage coming onto the side of Kakao Gaming. The bot side is just punches versus punches, and now they just don't even do damage to one another essentially at this point. So it's just a bit funny to watch. Dead Corporal coming a bit better off for that trade, but Argus is recalling and maybe going to be marching towards the Baron side of the map. No, instead he's going to head right back down to the bot side. The next Drake will be coming up in 1 minute and 45 seconds. And it's both teams having 2 Drakes each. So whoever gets it will be getting on to Infernal Soul Point.
Yeah, and as you say, that third item picked up from the side of Crixus as well. So he is looking really strong and he is ready for any fight whatsoever that's going to come. Has both the summoner spells available for himself as well, has the Pocket Lulu as well. So Crixus has been set up to do really well in this game, and it's going to come down to him and how he carries and how he performs in these team fights. And see if Infamous can win off that, because um, I mean, it's all down to the Jinx at this point. And as you said, the third
Yeah.
dragon is coming in, so we will see a lot of these guys reset and move towards that bot side of the map. Uh, and yeah, I think this could be the defining fight as well of the game, as Argus goes in for a small trade, ends up being on the wrong end of it, but I think he is fine. He's got a lot of HP, just going to clear the wave. As Stylus
Oh,
Art
but Stylus
might
Art.
get caught here.
But
Dragoon.
his backup, oh, this is a nice engage coming out essentially over here. But Dragoon
That's
is
a
so
lot
tanky,
burned
especially
though.
with
That's a lot burned.
Yes, that's a lot burnt up, and now it's the answer coming back in for Infamous. Instead, the reset coming up for the Jinx. She's excited. She's trying to get as much as she can. The Cassandra is going down very, very low. Another reset, another excitement, and that is 1 for 2 in favor of Infamous. Another Infernal Drake has spawned, and now it looks like Infamous do want this. Copy is still alive, can go for a steal essentially, but Shuva has to be very aware. He is also low on the HP mark, doesn't have his ultimate anymore, and the rest of Kakao Gaming have been chased away from this Drake. But it doesn't look like Copy wants to give this up for free at all. But with that flag and drive, that basically nullifies any chance that Kakao Gaming had of maybe trying to steal this. And now that makes Infamous get 3 Drakes. Now they are
3
on
Infernal Drakes,
Soul
that
Point.
too.
That's so much damage.
Three Infernal Drakes, and I mean, as you said, so much damage. We saw the Jinx as well doing so much damage right there in the team fight. And on the other side, Xin Zhao just tanking every ultimate in the game and still surviving with the help of the Lulu. Uh, that's a indicator of how, you know, the future fights might look like, as we see Savage has 4 items completed now. They are camping the brush, really hoping that the Jinx or someone else walks in, but nothing of that sort. is going to happen right there, as Set is going towards that top side of the map to push it. Savage and Stylus are still waiting by the brush, just hoping, really hoping that someone comes in, as they will see Dragoon doing the wolves, but I don't think that's going to matter too much, as he is quite tanky himself, has the Eclipse, Black Cleaver, and Sunlit Sky completed. And we might see some Baron shenanigans coming in soon, as the Baron is on the map right now. Savage misses his Q. Uh, yeah, not going to fight for that, as Argus goes towards the top side of the map again to push that wave. Uh,
Oh no,
Suo gets
Shivo,
caught,
you're
actually
in a
does not have
very tough
flash.
Yeah, he goes down for that. Does use his ultimate also at the end just as a last ditch effort. But then this opens up so many ways that KAKAO Gaming can take this game away from Infamous 2.0. They are going to be starting up this Baron. The members of Infamous want to walk up for it. But I don't think you can do much except maybe hope for a miracle Jinx ultimate steal. But I don't think that's going to be coming out of the bag. So with that pick up, KAKAO Gaming even pick up the Baron for themselves and are now going to be looking to push as much as they can. Argus is battling against Dead Corporal. Both are level 17 at this moment, and the Jinx already also has the last whisper in her pocket. So Shuho, just with a bit of a wrong place at the wrong time movement, allows KAKAO Gaming to take essentially the driving seat of this game.
Yeah, 100%. And Shuvo just getting caught there might open up a lot of opportunities for the side of KAKAO, especially after having picked up the Baron buff for themselves. GA completed for copy, so he is not going to be afraid of jumping in. A lot of defensive items as well for the side of Savage, has the Seeker's Arm Guard. GA on the MF as well, so they are really, really well set up for this next team fight. Two GAs and a Seeker's Arm Guard and a Cassante. I mean, who do you even kill, right? Maybe the poor Rel will have to die yet again. But that's about it, as the Baron push comes in towards the mid side. The Zap is going to miss right there, but the cannon is doing a lot of damage to the turret. Yeah, this is the defining period for the side of Infamous, who are now 5,000 gold behind in the blink of an eye, and trying to come back into this game, hopefully.
Yeah, as much as the 5,000 almost becomes 6,000. Now it's just completely snowballing, a bit out of control. Now with this Baron buff, they pick up the tier 2 in the mid lane. Argus is facing against Dead Corporal over here, but just not enough. Has to use the W to survive, but just with the slows, with the CC, just can't do anything at that point. And the kill picked up by Savage. Has the 10 stacks on the Magi in the Dark Seal. Hopefully mix it up Magi pretty soon, unless this might be the last ditch effort of the game. There goes in Dragoon, scatters so many people away from the mark. He is so tanky. Now the alternate for the
reset
Jinx
comes in,
does
though.
connect. The resets do come, but he's being pushed out by Stylizard. Stylizard will also be going down. Another reset will be coming up for the Jinx, and now the members of KAKAO Gaming are trying to run away. The win con of Infamous 2.0 coming to full fruition over there.
Yeah, and speaking of win cons, the dragon is going to come up as well, and let's see if Savage
Oh,
and
no.
Stylus are present for that dragon soul that's going to come in for the side of Infamous. Uh, Still a lot of ultimates down for both the sides right there, but Crixus is going to get his super mega death rocket soon, and the Lulu still has her ultimate. So the bot lane really needs to carry the weight yet again. We spoke about it in the champ select as well. Lord Dominic's uh, already completed for the side of Crixus, who is now at 4 items and 100% crit rate. That's a very, very scary Jinx. Has the flash as well available to him. As Copy might get caught here, Termi using the
Oh
frozen
no.
tomb is going. He's going to flash away by a lot of time. Meanwhile, the
Guardian Angel.
whole of KAKAO Gaming is pushing towards that mid side of the map. I don't think they can end the game though, as Stylus Art is going to stop the
Oh,
recalls
he
from
just
happening.
cancelled
As the
one.
yeah, but the TP comes in from the side of Set. Maybe he can alone save the game. This is
Can
very,
maybe
very
try,
close
but I
to
don't
call
think
right
it's
here.
looking that well for him. And look at
Oh,
this, the
that's
members
going
of
to be game,
Infamous
I
are
think.
trying to go for the game. Dead Corporal's marching it in. He is going to be maybe getting the last hit, and that
Oh,
is definitely
no.
GG for the side of Kakao Gaming. Silenzard with an MVP-like play at the end, stops all the backs, allows Kakao Gaming to march it into the base, and that's Kakao Gaming picking up the victory in Game 3, and we'll be heading on over to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, a match made in heaven yet again for the side. Well, for all the league enjoyers in India, Kakao Gaming versus Asterisk in the upper bracket final. But man, this game, like, it was for sure in Infamous's game to lose, and somehow they ended up doing just that. Kakao Gaming, really good call in the end, just ending the game. Uh, they don't want any soul, they don't want anything else, just ending the game right there, and they are going to take the series 2-1. But that third game left a lot to be desired, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely left a bit to be desired of what went down over there. But yeah, a nice call from Kakao Gaming to go for that last ditch effort into getting the Nexus turrets thinking over there. Only the TP was the one that got over from Argus, but that just wasn't enough for them. Just the stops by style is art was enough to secure for the kill. And with that being said, we look a bit at the Nexus knockout moments for this game 3 over here, and this would be a bunch of them given how much bloodshed was being, and it all started from this first kill in the beginning over there in the top side. Dead Corporal does get the first blood for his team. That does at the end lead to them getting the feats of strength, given how this was marked out to be. Copy just being a bit too overzealous over here, thought he could do much more, ends up going down. But yeah, it's just not much. We honestly thought with this Jinx, it could have turned around for Infi, especially over here with Argus. Maybe if he channeled his W, could have picked up 2 kills for himself. But in the end, it's Shuvo who goes down in the bot side with this nice play that comes out from Stylist Art. And Love2 just kept on being there as that damage that kept on going. It's nice itemization from him as well. So just all in all, well played from the bot side of Kakao Gaming at the end of the day.
Yeah, and at the end as well, the Stylus Art coming in, canceling all the recalls right there. I think that was a monumental effort from him, and as well as Copy as well, who bought a lot of time with his GA, with his ultimate and the flash, the flag and drag as well. I think he bought like 5 to 10 seconds right there as well for his team to just run down mid and end the game. So props to the jungler and support as well. Their score might not reflect what actually happened in the game, and that was just denying all the recalls and making space for the team to end the game. So well played by them as well. Shout out to Infamous as well. Honestly, Crixus did really well on that Jinx, went deathless the whole game actually, still ended up losing, so that's really unfortunate. But yeah, what a game 3 we had in this one.
Honestly, yeah. How can you say that I went deathless and I still lost the game? It's just a very kind of oxymoron kind of statement. But yeah, that's exactly what happened over here. Over here, you can see so many times he gets excited. He at least gets 2 kills for his team. Had a couple of excellent Jinx rockets at the end of the day.
Amazing
so
rockets.
Well
yeah.
played. Amazing rockets. Those first 2 kills that he got were from rockets, from nice snipes essentially. But just a bit of an outplay from the side of Kakao Gaming, who did get caught out a few times, but that's not the reason they ended up losing the game. The reason they did is a bit a lack of adjustment, a lack of cohesion between all the members. As you can see, Dragoon is a very good player. It does go in, they do get the reset, but now Kakao Gaming realized they can back off, right? And this was the fight just before the Infernal Soul Drake was spawning. They had ended up taking it, and that's what they went for. And that bait was enough for Kakao Gaming to actually march it down all the way middle, because they knew that if they went for that and it got flipped and Infamous 2.0 won it, there's no way of coming back. But instead they get it, and Kakao Gaming flip it in their favor and just march it down all the way.
11-0-3, and the Jinx lost the game. I mean, that's just so heartbreaking, honestly. But just looking at the stats, 19-18 in kills in favor of Infamous actually. But the goal difference was 7,900 right there. Tower 9 to 2. Drake's Infamous really close to that Infernal Soul right there. One Baron, one Rift Herald picked up from the side of KAKAO Gaming. Atakan as well picked up uh, by KAKAO Gaming. Yeah, this was just a very close game. Bloody Petals 33 to 34. I think that's a story there as well. So just a very close game, but yeah, I mean the small margins make all the difference, and KAKAO Gaming were just a bit too clutch, and the last call and individual brilliance coming in as well, that was really good. Looking at the Rift Renegade MVP for this one, honestly could have been the Jinx, but unfortunately she ended up losing. But it on the other side, it's the Misfortune. Those are some really low damage numbers, but she was running around the map for most of the time as well. 6-0 and 4 KDA, 8 point CS per minute, 16,000 gold for himself. Love to in a very chaotic game, ends up not dying at all. So really well done to him.
Yeah, well played by the man, especially with the engages coming out from Kratos was a lot. Sorry, not from Kratos, from Stylish Art was a lot that helped him get these numbers that he did want. Like he did have a bunch of very crucial ultimates at the end of the day. So very well played from this man over here. Definitely deserves a Rift Renegade MVP. But yeah, just hard fought thoughts going out to the Jinx. Just not what you wanted to see after having such a nice game where you were getting fed, you were getting ahead, you were being the win god, and just due to a macro play you end up losing the game. So unfortunately that's how it goes. But Infamous 2.0 will be getting another attempt at redemption when they enter the lower bracket, so that's the way they can march it back up and maybe meet KAKAO Gaming or Asterix in the grand finals.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, guys, as well for more matches. The whole week is going to be just great League of Legends. Let's look at the top 5 summoners as well. So far in this tournament, again, we have 6 days more to go, all the way up to the grand finals. And so far, Dragoon leading the charts with 47 kills. Infi 40 kills for himself. So both the junglers of the teams just showing up big right here. Look at the damage as well for Dragoon, almost double of what Infinity has. Obviously Termi at number 3, Catbot at number 4, and Booyah coming in at number 5.
Yeah, just good numbers coming out. 2 of the Asterix members, 2 of the Infamous members right now, but they will take a bit of a break because it's going to be until in the upper bracket where the Asterix can get ahead, and it's in the lower bracket where Infamous can get some more kills to their name. And unfortunately Booyah has not got to play yet. He will be playing tomorrow in the lower brackets. That's where you get to see some of the action coming out from the bot lane side of Phoenix Gaming. So these numbers will and are subject to change, but currently this is where we do stand. Dragoon did have a very good game, as well as did Infi. Infi got 2 MVPs today in that first series that did cast off. But yeah, these numbers are going to change, and as you can see, these are currently the top 5 summoners right now in this main event.
Yeah, and guys, tomorrow we will be having the lower bracket round 1. So the lower bracket run starts for a lot of these teams. Phoenix Gaming are previous champions as well in the 50k tournaments down there. So that will be one of the teams to watch as well. Now, of course, Infamous have moved down, and so has Old God. So we have a lot of stacked teams in the lower side of the bracket as well, so that's going to be really interesting. But for now, we will be taking our leave. It's been a long day, 6 games in total. Madness has been here for all of them, so a huge shout out to him as well, and the production team who have been still here. It's almost 1 a.m, so great job there as well, and we will be seeing you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.